Welcome to the Finance Committee meeting for this evening, Monday, August 30th, 2021. Aldermanic notice, New Haven. The Finance Committee will hold a public hearing on Monday, August 30th, 2021 at 6 p.m. via video conference. Meeting can be viewed at https://bit.ly/3SRBIEA or by phone at 312-626-6799 or 301-715-8592. Meeting webinar ID 987-1325-93900. Phone passcode 0818-19197. Item number 1, LM-2021-0309. Order of the Board of Alders of the City of New Haven approving an amended and restated lease and operating agreement between the City of New Haven and Tweed New Haven Airport Authority, and ordinance amendment repealing section 4-70 of the Code of General Ordinances. This item is filed with the city clerk and may be inspected at room 202, 200 Orange Street, New Haven. Per order, Honorable Yvette Hamilton, Chair. Attest Honorable Michael Smart, our city clerk. If you need a disability-related accommodation, please call 3 business days in advance, 203-946-7651 voice, or
Madam Chair, we are no longer able to hear you.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you.
Voice TTY is where we last heard you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Voice, for a voice, 203-946-8582, TTY. Public may join the meeting and may send public testimony to publictestimony@newhavencity.gov. Meeting can be viewed at https://bit.ly/3SRBIEA or by phone at 312-626-6799 or 301-715-8592. Meeting webinar ID 987-1325-3900. Phone passcode 0818-19197. Continuing on, notice. Since this meeting is remote, participation by a quorum of members is expressly prohibited at the physical location and will not be present. However, any member of the public may request in writing a physical location and any electronic equipment necessary to attend the meeting in real time no later than 24 hours prior to this meeting. Said individual shall have the same opportunities to provide comments or otherwise participate in the meeting as would be afforded if the meeting was held in person, with the following exceptions. Under law, if such person loses the ability to participate because of interruptions, failure, or degradation of such person's connection to the meeting by electronic equipment, the committee is not required to adjourn or postpone the meeting. This is a public notice. And we'll start by taking our attendance. Thank you to everyone that has joined us this evening. I know I'm present. Adam Marchand.
Here.
Ernie Santiago.
Here.
Salvatore DiCola,
Here.
Jeanette Morrison,
Here.
Taisha Walker-Myers, Anna Festa,
Here.
Richard Furlow,
Present.
Evelyn Rodriguez,
Present.
Ron Hurt,
Present.
and Charles Decker. Okay. I would also like to recognize other members of the committee that has joined us. I think I saw in the audience Alder Abby Roth, Alder Frank Douglas, and Alder Kim Edwards. Is there anyone that I have missed?
Madam Chair, I don't see other members of the board who are not members of the committee at this time, but we
Okay,
will
well,
recognize them when they come.
okay, very well. Well, thank you all for being here. And as for all of our meetings, I'll hand it over to Vice Chair Alder Marchand to go over the procedures for our meeting, and then we'll get right into the item as noticed. Alder Marchand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This committee has run its meetings in fairly consistent fashion over the last year and a half during this pandemic, and we propose to do the same this evening. We will hear first from the proponent of the item before us. Right. I believe it'll be a small group that will give a presentation. The committee will ask questions to clarify the information. Then we'll go right into public testimony. After public testimony is concluded, the applicant will have an opportunity to come back to us, the maker, will come back to us to give any further information that's required and to answer any further questions that committee has. We're asking colleagues, please, to keep it within 4 questions. And in particular, for this first round of questions, after the presentation, but before the public testimony, I encourage us, please, colleagues, to be restrained in our questions so that we can afford more time for public testimony and allow that those folks to get on the queue as soon as possible. But of course, colleagues will have an opportunity to ask questions after the presentation, and then again after the public testimony, after which time we'll close the public hearing and deliberate on the item. I would like to let members of the public know that we are going to limit your time to 3 minutes. This is a very common practice for this committee. We have many items before us that generate a lot of public interest. This is one of those items. And in those instances, we do limit testimony to 3 minutes in order to allow everybody who wishes to testify an opportunity to do so. We note that many residents have already provided written testimony via email, and soon we will recognize those folks and read the list of names of who those folks are. And anyone who's a member of the public may do so tonight, tomorrow, the next day, all the way up until whenever the second reading is, the earliest being near the end of September. And folks may submit written testimony to public testimony at newhavenct.gov. And we'll remind folks of that email address again during our proceedings. So by all means, if residents have many things to say or more elaborate arguments to articulate, they should feel free to do so and submit that to public testimony at newhavenct.gov. Tonight, you will have 3 minutes in order to make your principal points in a clear and strong way. We know that there are many members of the public who have interest in this item, and we know that people have strongly held views on this item and differing views, and we're going to respect all of them. And we do ask people, of course, to maintain a proper sense of decorum and to make sure their comments are civil and to the point and on topic. And we will certainly let you know if we believe that they are not. So that is the setup for tonight. That is the procedure for tonight. The maker, then the committee, then public testimony, and then we'll hear back from the maker again. 3 minutes per person. If someone wishes to testify they may indicate they would like to do so by raising their hand using the raise hand function on Zoom, or is there, yes, they may do that, or they may email public testimony@newhavenct.gov. Some number of folks have already done so, and so there's a list of members of the public who wish to testify, and our staff are going to make sure that they maintain that list and inform Madam Chair and me who's next on the queue. So that is our procedure. Back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Put myself on mute unintentionally. Thank you, Vice Chair Marchand. Welcome to Alder Walker Myers that has joined us. And I see Alder Sabin. Is there any other Alder that have joined us that I didn't see on this list?
Madam Chair, I believe Alder Winter is with us.
Okay.
And
Good
I'm
evening.
grateful that colleagues have remembered the protocol, which is that committee members have their cameras on, except for those few moments when they need to go off camera for whatever reason.
Mhm.
And alders who are not on the committee are keeping their cameras off, just so that members of the public and you and I, Madam Chair, are always very clear about who's impaneled this evening and who's not.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Very well said. Thank you. Well, welcome everyone. And at this point, we will start our meeting with the presenters. And as they join us, I'm sure Mr. Lucas will let us know. And I'll ask for their names and addresses for the record. Good evening, Mr. Scanlon. I see you.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening. And I think I see other names, Mr. Piscatelli, Gormany, and Mr. John Ward. As soon as the participants have been promoted in, we'll start with your names and addresses for the record. And the first speaker may begin.
Madam Chair, if I may, if you could also invite in Giovanni Zinn, our city engineer, and Mary Francoeur from our consulting partner, PFM, that would be great.
Okay, so noted. Mr. Lucas, did you hear that? Or Mr. Hayden? Bear with us while we get the technology up and all our participants promoted into the meeting. Thank you all for joining us this evening.
Who was the other one, Mr. P?
You should see Mary Francoeur as well in the waiting room.
Yeah, I see Mr. Zinn is here. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
How are you, sir? Good
Doing
evening,
well.
Mr. Gormany.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Welcome. I think we're waiting for one more person. Yeah.
And if Mary is a little late joining, I believe she's in another time zone, or maybe just jumping on a little late, we can get started if it pleases the chair.
Most certainly.
I promoted her, Madam Chair. She's here.
Great.
Oh, she is there. So we'll start with names and addresses for the record, please.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Chair Hamilton, Vice Chair Marchand, all the members of the Finance Committee. My name is Michael Piscatelli. I'm the Economic Development Administrator for the city, and I reside at 353 Summit Street in New Haven.
My name is John Ward. I am the Special Counsel for Economic Development for the City of New Haven. I reside at 295 St. John Street, New Haven.
Okay. Next person.
Mr. Zinn, we'll call the roll.
My name is Giovanni Zinn. I'm the city engineer. I reside at 95 Soundview Terrace in New Haven.
Mr. Gormany.
Michael Gormany, 45 Jefferson Road, Brantford, Connecticut, City Controller.
Representative Scanlon.
Good evening, everybody. Sean Skillen, I'm the Executive Director of the Tweed New Haven Airport Authority, and I reside at 405 North River Street in Guilford, Connecticut.
Ms. Francoeur.
Yes.
Good evening. Mary Francoeur. I'm a Managing Director with PFM Financial Advisors, advisors to the city, and I reside at 475 Bridgewood Road in Maplewood, New Jersey.
Thank you all for being here and welcome. Mr. Piscatelli, will you be starting off?
Yep, and thank you so much. If you'll allow, I'd like to just share my screen. We'll go through our presentation with you tonight, and the entire team is available to answer questions at end. And I think it's Don, if you could give me the screen.
Yes.
I hope that reads well on your screen as well.
Yes, it does.
So first, just allow me to say thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of the future of Tweed Airport. It's in light of our shared goals around economic growth in a manner that's responsible both to the surrounding community as well as to the environment. It's much more than a logo or a symbol. We're going to walk through the communication in front of you, as well as the strategic planning that the Tweed Airport Authority has done over the last several years. It's truly a partnership, and it represents a significant step toward implementation of these goals. It's in light of recent progress that you've read concerning the airport master plan, together with new air service development and the proposed public-private partnership with Avports, which is the airport's managing contractor. So in tonight's discussion, we're going to talk very specifically about the communication, which is the order and the ordinance amendment related to Section 470 of the Code of Ordinances. That's the weight restriction. But we'll go over all of the key deal points, what implementation looks like, and then we'll go through Q&A, both questions from the committee, and we'll be available for any questions that may arise following the public hearing portion of the presentation tonight. Just a little bit of background on the airport. I think many of you have been around either in your current role or just being around the city to have a good sense for Tweed Airport. But just to summarize, we, the city, are the owner of the land upon which the airport is situated. That land is leased to the Tweed New Haven Airport Authority. The authority itself was created by state statute back in 1997. Sean Scanlon, who's part of the panel presenting today, is the executive director of the Airport Authority. But there's also a board of directors, and Sean will get into a little bit that later because it's a very important point around the stewardship of this facility. Then once the authority was created, state law went into effect, the authority was created, the Board of Alders approved, and we entered into the existing lease back in 1998. And all of that moved the airport away from being a city department, like the traffic and parking department or the library, literally over to a new entity. And then from there forward, both the city and the state have provided operational support, capital funding to ensure that the authority operates in compliance with its FAA operating certificate, all the federal regulations, and certainly safety provisions as well. You've all walked in maybe to the existing terminal, which is actually a converted hangar. It used to be a place where they would just store planes, but it was converted to a passenger terminal that was all part of the Special Olympics coming to New Haven. It has the one traditional gate if you had the fortune to take the gate out to a larger plane, but most of us have used the two walkout gates. And you could kind of get a feel for why that particular facility is getting older and more challenging for the airport. It's subject to flooding, a lot of stormwater challenges. And again, the gates are just walkout gates. You can't walk out sort of a jet bridge or something like that. Specifically for the Finance Committee, we put together a slide just to get a sense for our contribution over time. And we're only one part of the financial picture for the airport. So it gains city and state operating contributions. It makes money on the airport from parking revenues or landing fees, fuel flowage, things like that. And then there's also a series of capital improvements as well, right? So we fund our portion of capital improvement projects. Some of those have truly, done a really good job of bringing the airport up, both in terms of its safety, its environmental and stormwater record, and it shows very well. If you go to the airport today, it feels, like the airport has been stewarded, maintained in a state of good repair. And that's in part due to the board's contribution of about $12 million in capital funds since the authority was created, and $12.5 million in general funds. And I think, as we all know, that investment has not yet realized some of the economic development goals that we've all set forth in various plans over the years. Well before the authority was created, Tweed would do about 90,000 movements per year. And that was a blend of commercial traffic, you or I, or business travel, getting on a plane and going somewhere, and general aviation traffic, which are private planes and more restricted in actually who can fly from the other side of the airport over at Robinson Aviation. The overall number of movements at Tweed has declined about 70% since 1991. And all sorts of reasons for that over time. The runway, certainly the limited length of the runway, economic conditions, periodically changes in the airline systems that are flying out of Tweed. But we're down on average for the last decade, less than 4 commercial flights per day, which has a significant impact on business and leisure travel, as well as the bottom line for the airport. And quite frankly, leads to some of the frustration in the neighborhood with number of planes that are in the air, but yet not necessarily serving those of us in the general public or the business community. Which brings us today. So if you take a look in a lens through the new HVN plan, which is the title of what this current initiative is, it's in summary 3 big component pieces. One is a new master plan that's been ongoing, and the Tweed New Haven Airport Authority has wrapped up a fairly extensive process with significant recommendations, including the extension of the main runway 2-20, closing the crosswind runway, that's 14-32, and then to address some of the issues I just described with the existing terminal, constructing a new passenger terminal, which would be located higher up, a little bit higher ground, elevated away from some of the flood issues on the east side of the airport. The second big initiative is Avelo Airlines. Avelo is a new startup airline. They fly in the leisure and hospitality space. They will make New Haven their East Coast base of operations, and they will provide the first meaningful scheduled passenger service in some time at Tweed. This is service entirely to Florida, and they are now looking to employ about 100 people locally. So there are job fairs ongoing. There's a help wanted page in the paper, all to support the new Avelo Airlines service, which will be coming to Tweed. And then very specifically to the point of today's conversation, there is an agreement in principle whereby the authority would enter into a new partnership with Avports. And you can think of Avports in the same manner that we have contract operators over at the golf course, or the proposed arrangement that this board will soon see regarding the ice rink. But in this proposal, Avports would move beyond those management contractor type roles. They would do all that they do today, but then they would also enter into what's called a facility lease. And that facility lease enables Avports to implement the new master plan using a combination of that on-airport revenue that I mentioned, new private equity that Avports brings to the table, as well as the regular run of federal grants that has helped support the capital improvements at the airport over time. Now, the city, as the owner of the land, you as the Board of Alders in your oversight capacity, and certainly the residents within the neighborhood, all have an interest in how the authority and Avports will carry out the plan. And with that in mind, in looking at the lease and the terms and performance standards associated with that lease, we have worked toward and negotiated key deal points, which we believe both looked at the lens of economic development, locking into the master plan as it's put forward, financial impacts to the city, as well as environmental considerations that we have heard time and again, as well as the variant points related to stewardship. And there are many layers to that stewardship with the airport authority. There will be created a new environmental stewardship advisory council, all to maintain that high level of oversight and protection. So in terms of those deal points, the first and very important one is the term. The current term of the lease you agreed to and we entered into back in 1998 will expire in 2023. This amended and restated lease will extend that for an additional 43 years. And that will enable time for capital improvements to be made. And the lease that's before you tonight establishes those capital improvements as a project, extending runway 2-20 to 6,635 linear feet, all within the fence line of the existing airport grounds. And then constructing that new terminal on the east side of the airport with between 4 and 6 gates to give you a sense for the small to medium hub size of that facility, which will be located again on the East Haven side of the airport. What's not on the screen as well is what I had mentioned previously, which is closing the crosswind runway, which is runway -14-32, but that's also in the terms of the deal. From a financial perspective, I showed you the chart of our operating contributions over time. The terms include us carrying forward on our previously approved fiscal year 22 operating contribution, and then making a final city operating contribution of $162,500. You would need to approve that again as part of your budget process next year, but it is included as a commitment as a part of this lease. And if for some reason the lease is executed and we don't follow through on that, that would be a default of the city. So very important that we would, if approved, we follow through on that contribution. We would assume no responsibility for the obligations of the third-party operator or any liability arising from defaults under the lease that's specific to the investments related to AVPorts, and we make no further capital contribution as part of the financial terms of this deal. From an environmental perspective, the master plan started down a road of understanding the environmental considerations associated with moving the terminal and the runway. There's a lot of work still to be done. We require a very specific traffic report, a stormwater model, both for the airport and the neighborhood, and sustainable development plans, all required as part of this deal. The Sustainable Development Plan is part of a national movement that the FAA launched. Airports may have significant impacts, right? And the FAA has worked very hard with airports all over the country to create sustainable development plans. And that is a specific term that AVPorts and the authority create as part of this go forward plan. The AVPorts and the airport authority will be responsible to continue their operation and maintenance of the tide gates. The Morris Creek tide gates, which are a city asset, are located within the airport grounds. Over the years, the authority has not only maintained those tide gates, they operate them, and some of the major capital improvements, like the relocation of Morris Creek, has actually improved substantially our stormwater management in the area. So that will both continue and be upgraded. There is a minimum 2-to-1 wetland restoration provision, as well as requirements to enrich coastal habitats in and around the airport. This is recognizing that there will be impacts associated with construction of the new terminal. So in some respects, 1432, that old runway, will be taken out, which creates a little bit more room for stormwater and less impervious surface like pavement. But at the same time, we are requiring that for every wetland that's impacted, that they replaced at a 2-to-1 ratio. Every one lost, 2 are restored. There are performance standards focused on noise specific to general aviation traffic. I think we're hearing over and over in the community, and it's very important recognizing there's so much pressure, on the air traffic side. Planes come in, they go out. Sometimes they're here once a year, that sort of thing. That there are additional provisions related to the noise from general aviation traffic, and I won't enumerate them now. But there are things like touch and goes when a plane comes up, comes right back down. Idling, location where they do run-ups, which might be sometimes close to houses, move those away from houses. All of those are contained in the performance standards in Exhibit D in the document we presented to you. From an economic impact and jobs perspective, it's still certainly very hard to forecast what commercial traffic will look like. We're putting our best foot forward by the modest extension of the runway and the new terminal. So our economic benefits are focused on jobs. Sections 12.5 and 12.25, those are our city ordinances related to workforce and small contractor, will be applicable for all non-federal aid projects, whether it's on our side of the airport or the East Haven side. We own the land, but some of it's located in East Haven. 12.5 and 12.25 would apply in all scenarios there. There's a permanent jobs pipeline with New Haven Works. Some of that is already underway with the Avelo opportunities. And then recognizing when you go to the airport, you don't really see a lot of signs for Avports or the authority. There are all sorts of people that are working at the airport for different companies. The airlines, the rental car companies, the maintenance staff, snow removal, any number of different employers are located within the airport. All of them, as a pursuant to operating within this new structure, would be required to submit a diversity, equity, and inclusion program, and that would be reviewed and stewarded through the airport authority. There are 22 specific performance standards in the document. You can thumb through those over the course of this presentation tonight. If you have any questions or how we arrived at the capital plan or the financial parameters, how we evaluated that as a city to make sure that the fundamentals of this deal are sound and we won't risk a scenario of default, we will be on the call and stay so that we can answer those questions as we go through the presentation tonight. But at this point, I think it's appropriate, given the follow-on deal is with the airport authority at Avports, for Sean to talk a little bit about this from the authority's perspective, and then to provide some forecasting of what these capital improvements and forward implementation looks like. So I'll turn it over to Sean.
Thank you, Mike. And good evening, everybody. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for having us tonight and look forward to a really good conversation tonight with both you and certainly to hear from the public as well. So as Mike just said, the reason we're here tonight is because we feel this plan, the new HVN, will address the financial and capital issues as well as fulfilling our statutory mission to develop economic development here at the airport and on behalf of not just New Haven and East Haven, but the entire region and frankly, the entire state of Connecticut. The problem, as you all know on the Finance Committee, is that our revenue that we generate is far less than it costs to actually run the airport every year, which means that we have to rely on a subsidy from both you, the city of New Haven, but also from the state. And the viability of our ability here will really depend on us having upgraded facilities. And that particularly has to do with a new runway and a new terminal to accommodate the interest that we believe is out there for this airport, but we've been unable to meet it because of the limitations on that infrastructure. Next slide, Mike. So as Mike alluded to earlier, we have had a lease since 1998 to operate this airport. And we have worked for 22 of those years with a company called Avports, which is a company that specializes in actually running and operating airports. They came to us after we had completed our master plan in this year with an unsolicited offer. Given that they've been our partner for 22 years, we took that very, very seriously. And their offer was essentially that they would contribute $70 million of private funds, which would be a mix of debt and equity as part of a 3-year capital plan to fund the things that were in our master plan that Mike talked about. So the new runway going to 6635, the new terminal on the East Haven side, and closing down the runway 1432 that we refer to as the crosswind runway. They would operate the airport, continue to operate the airport, and would design, build, finance, and operate and maintain that new terminal for 43 years during that period of time. But as Mike said earlier, I think it's important to remember, the authority itself would still remain in place for oversight and sponsorship. The executive director's job would still exist. And of course, the city would still own the airport. I had a meeting the other night. Some of you were there in the community with Mayor Elker, and I talked about the 5 key steps that are coming in this project. The first of which was approval on the City Plan Commission, which we got unanimously last week. That permission was for us to reconfigure our existing terminal here on the New Haven side to accommodate Avelo. Obviously, we're really excited that they're coming in starting in November to offer those flights direct to Florida. It's the first time in the history of our airport we've offered direct flights to Florida. But that's just the beginning. The CEO of that airline said at the announcement a few weeks ago that that's the first destinations he's planned to launch to. We fully expect that by the end of this year, beginning of next year, we will start to service other markets, not just major markets like Florida, but also more business-related destinations. So stay tuned for that. But that City Plan Commission approval was very helpful in terms of us getting started on that important work, albeit very temporary work, because the goal is within 2 to 3 years for us to move from the New Haven side all the way over to the East Haven side to build a new terminal. So all of that work was conditional upon the fact that it was a temporary thing to get us to the next step of our process for our master plan. Step number 2 is all of you. Obviously, we're here tonight before the Finance Committee and then hopefully before the full Board of Alders, if you so choose to see it, to state our case about the amended lease. This simply gives us the ability as the authority to operate this airport for another 43 years. We've been operating it right now since 1998 for 23 years. That original lease was for 25 years. We're asking for a 43-year extension to that lease. Step number 3 is that if you all choose to give us that 43-year lease extension, we then have to negotiate what we refer to as a facility lease between us and Airports to figure out what the governance structure of this airport would be for those 43 years. Now, I want to stress very clearly, the city would still own the airport. The authority would still oversee the Airports folks and the airport itself. There would still be an executive director, and my board, which is comprised right now of people who are appointed by the mayors of East Haven, New Haven, and the COG, would serve as a check on both my position and also Airports on behalf of the citizens of those communities. Step number 4, and I'll get into this with more detail in a minute, is the environmental assessment. This is really important because this is what we will do to ensure that everything that we're talking about in the master plan and that we're trying to do here at the airport is good for the environment. And when I say the environment, I mean that as an all-encompassing term to talk about wildlife and wetlands and noise and health, air pollution, all those things that people have been talking about. That will be studied under the environmental assessment. And again, I'll get into more detail about that in a moment. And then 5th and finally is implementation. This is what we have been trying to do for a very long time. This is something that we have gotten a lot of support to do in the community, which is to offer more flights here at the airport, but still be in keeping with the character of this airport. People always say, watching this into we want to turn it into the new HVN, and that means an airport that is accessible to people who live here in the community, will be staff who live here in the community, and that is exactly the goal of this. And I hope that what we're presenting tonight will show you that that's what the intent is, not anything more. Next slide, please. So the environmental assessment basically requires that the FAA authority to complete this environmental assessment. The authority has hired a nationally recognized consultant and engineering planning firm called McFarland Johnson, who will conduct that environmental assessment for us. It takes probably about up to a year, so this is a very extensive process. And during that public process, there will be 6 total meetings in which the public can very much engage with us and that firm as we begin to do that work and study this project and the feasibility when it comes to the environment. Next slide. I won't read all these, but obviously here are a few of the scope items that will be studied in this. Obviously, this is not entirely comprehensive, but you can get a flavor of this. Obviously, many of things that we've heard about, and I know that all of you as stewards of the city will care about are on here, from natural resources to the noise, to traffic analysis, to wetlands, surface water and groundwater. All of these things would be part of the long process that we have through the environmental assessment. Now, this is really, really important. So after the EA report and the final public meeting and comment period, the FAA will consider the findings from that EA report. And the FAA will issue a finding of no significant impact and a record of decision, which is referred to in the industry as a FONSI ROD, if the results of the studies and impacts contained in the EA are in compliance with federal regulations. So what that basically means is that after this process is conducted, there will be a very, very serious review from the FAA to determine whether or not we met the standards and whether or not there is a significant impact or not on the environment from this project. That FONSI ROD usually contains required mitigation measures that are related to site impacts. Think of wetlands, aircraft noise, auto traffic, and there are some typical measures that may be included in that, like soundproofing of homes, creation of new landlands, and certainly funds for local roadway improvements. Next slide. One thing that was not on that slide, but I also want to ensure folks know on the board, is that DEEP, the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, would also have to give us permits and sign off on that environmental assessment in order for us to move forward. So there are two very stringent checks on our progress here after that long process plays out on the environmental assessment. So just quickly, on the proposed future terminal, it's a 70,000 square foot terminal. There is 4 gates on that, as you can see, with the 4 planes parked in the top slide. There is an option for up to 6, but that's it. That's 6 total gates. There below is a more, photographic rendering of what it would look like. The cost of that is estimated to be $47 million for both design and construction, and the related infrastructure costs around it are $12.5 million for landside and airside. The runway extension would be in accordance again with our master plan. And the reason for this, I would tell you all, as a next slide will show, is that we studied very closely what it is that we needed to make sure that all air carriers who wanted to serve New Haven could serve here. I have been in the job for just about 2 years. And in that 2-year period of time, I've met with just about every major air carrier in the United States. And each of them has expressed to me a strong desire to come to New Haven, but they all say the same thing, which is that they can't make 5,600 feet work. Now, 5,600 feet has been our runway length for some time. It has been from 2009 until 2020. It was in state statute that the number could not go above 5,600 feet. So despite all those airlines telling us that they wanted us to extend just a little bit for us to get more service here, we legally could not do that because of a state law that prohibited us from doing that. That state law was struck down by the United States Supreme Court in March of 2020, and therefore it opened the door for us to study what the ideal length would be that would both be appropriate for us to actually get those new flights here, but also appropriate in terms of us being good stewards of the land we're so lucky to lease to us here by the city of New Haven. And that number came back to be 6635, which is 1,035 feet further than we have today. 699 feet of that would be added on the southern side, and 336 feet of that would be added on the northern side. There would be an EMAS structure at the southern end of the runway. An EMAS is a barrier that we create that, God forbid, there ever is an accident here where the plane exceeds the runway. The EMAS system catches that so that they don't go any further than the EMAS system and therefore would not go into the wetland. Next slide, Mike. Again, quickly, I won't read all of this, but this basically is a map that shows why it is that we needed to extend runway. There's a big misconception out there that this is really about bigger, louder planes. This is really about the planes, the kind of planes that we have now, and planes that are a little bit bigger than that, being able to go further distances. Some of you remember that Vice President Harris landed here a few months ago. Many people said to me, oh my God, I can't believe that Air Force Two could land at the runway. And the answer was, yes, of course they can, but there are serious restrictions that are placed upon them for weight because of the length of the runway if certain conditions like weather. This would allow us to add more fuel to those planes so that they could go further. And that's exactly what people want here in New Haven. They want to be able to go directly to Florida. They don't want to have to go to multiple destinations to get to where they want to go. They want to go directly from there. And again, for the first time ever, we'll be able to offer that to Florida, but that's just the start. We want to be able to go further for people in New Haven so that they can get where they want to go faster. Next slide, Mike. Just quickly, this is a timeline of kind of where things are at. We're hoping to wrap up all this by the fall of 2023. That would mean that we would have to do that EA process, get a lot of great feedback from the community and the neighborhood and the city. Once we got that FONSI rod and we're able to move forward, we would actually start that design of the terminal and construction, which is very, very exciting. As Mike said, we anticipate that that would be 1,000 construction jobs here in the community, new construction jobs here. Again, we have a deal with the project labor agreement that we can talk about in a few minutes to ensure that that is both union work and locally sourced work to put people from New Haven and East Haven to work directly on building this airport. Next slide. All of you, and again, appreciate your time with some key considerations. And I say key considerations because these are things that I hear about a lot. They're things that came up in the meeting the other night. And again, won't read this, but want to just kind of capture some of the things that I hear about that I'm sure you've heard about too. First one is that the airport is in a flood zone. I think it's important to recognize that the airport is actually designed to capture water from the neighborhood and sort of serve like a bowl, which actually helps control flooding. The proposed renovations that we're talking about to both the existing terminal, the construction of the new terminal, the creation of a new stormwater management model, all of those things will help us improve the airport's ability not only to not flood, but also to capture more water from the neighborhood and do so in a way that doesn't jeopardize our ability to have flights in and out of here on a regular basis. Second, that the environmental concerns have not been properly studied. Hopefully my overview just a moment ago of what the environmental assessment is all about would give you the confidence that we are about to embark upon that project. But I think it's also important to remember that that master plan that we just talked about, we spent 18 months from September of 2019 to March of 2021 doing that study. That did look at environmental considerations and particularly related to the relocation of the new terminal. So we've already done a lot of that work, but we're going to do even more of it with the EA. We've hired the planner to do the EA. And I think, as I said earlier, the project will not, I stress, will not move forward until the process is complete with a notice of decision, followed by the proper permitting from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, meaning we will not do anything without those permits. Certainly the action you may take tonight to give us the 43-year lease, the facility lease that we may sign with Airports, none of that will matter unless DEEP and the FAA give us final permission to do what it is that we're trying to do. Third, that the airport will use eminent domain. The existing lease between the city and the authority from 1998, so meaning the last 23 years, has already had and it has been given us the option to ask the city for the use of eminent domain on our behalf. And I think it's very, very important to remember that in the 23 years we've had that, we have never asked the city to do that, nor do we have any plans whatsoever to do so for the proposed project. Just want to be crystal clear about that again. We have no plans whatsoever to use eminent domain or to ask the city for that permission for this project and to do that. And finally, I hear a lot about the airport will become a freight operation. The authority and airports have said publicly many times, including myself, that we have absolutely no plans to do that either, and that there is no plan to bring freight to the airport. And I think it's important for all of you to recognize that even if we did have a plan to do that, the airport does not have the infrastructure to support freight. And we actually don't even have the authority to build freight or cargo facilities on this airport property because of the master plan. It's not in the master plan. We'd have to do a new master plan to actually get permission from the FAA to do freight. And even if we went through that process and got that permission from the FAA and did another 18-month master plan, we would have to get City Plan Commission authority to do that. Obviously, as all of you know, but just for the public that's listening, that is a serious process that would require serious oversight. And again, simply giving us a 43-year lease extension does not mean that at any time during that we can just do whatever we want to do when it comes to freight. We cannot. And one more thing that I would like to share today, some people had been sending earlier today that there was a report done by the SCROG that recommended studying the use of freight. I was actually not even aware of that report until it was brought to my attention earlier today, and I Googled it. They had never come to me about that before, ever, and it was not something I was aware of. So the fact that they recommended studying it should not mean anything more than the fact that the SCROG determined that that was a good use of their time to study that, but it's not something that we had certainly asked them for, not something I was even aware of, and not something, of course, as I'm trying to state here, we have any plans whatsoever to do, nor the permission to do it. Next slide, Mike. And I believe that's it. Thank you for your time tonight.
Sean, thank you for walking through it. And I'll close our portion of the presentation just by highlighting 3 sections within the amended and restated lease in front of you. Questions were raised about them. I just wanted to just put them in a note for you. The first, under section 3.6, we put a provision in that there would be a very complete consultation with the city and the airport authority. And the intent there is it happened 20 years before the end of this new lease, such that there's ample time for the city staff, the Board of Alders at that time can thoroughly look across the history of where we are and what sets the airport up going forward. That's in recognition that we want to make sure that there's no deferred maintenance, that we're properly positioned on future FAA grants or whatever that looks like at that point in time. There's a Scrivener's mistake that we made, which will clarify should this move forward, to make sure it's clear that it would be at a date 20 years before this term expires. So 23 years into the new one. Section 9.2, I believe Sean covered the issues and questions raised concerning eminent domain. Happy to discuss that further. And then section 9.1 discusses the provision of services. And it came up in the community meeting as well, because although the city theoretically has stepped back from the airport when the authority took over, we still provide certain services. So when you go, say, to the TSA line, check your bags, they go through the conveyor, you go through the thing, there's often a police officer there. That police officer is stationed there, but paid for by the city, but the authority reimburses us. Those sorts of relationships would continue where the authority would reimburse the city for those normal running course of services that we would have to perform. It does not mean that, let's say there's an emergency or an incident or something like that, we're not sending a bill or anything like that to the authority, nor would we to any of our other partners anywhere in the city. So, regular run of services like an extra duty police officer, that would be reimbursable, but incidents or something to that effect would not. And with that, again, Giovanni, our city engineer, Mary Francor, our consulting partner with PFM, who works with Michael Gormany in the Office of Management and Budget, and John Ward, lead counsel from economic development for this particular project, are all on the call with me and Sean and can answer some questions now. And again, of course, at the end of the public hearing.
Thank you, folks. All righty. Alder Marchand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may have more questions later, but for now, I'll just ask 2, and I'll ask them quickly at the same time. The first is in regards to that intention to have a look back 20 years before the end of this period. I read that language, and I just wanted to understand a little bit more about what exactly is in scope for that look back. It didn't read as an opportunity for the city to back out of the lease per se, but is that an opportunity to implement further performance standards, or to what extent could some components of this arrangement change as a result of that look back, both in the direction of things that the city would ask for, and of course, in the direction of things that the authority would ask for. So that's the first question. And then the second question is, part of the documents we saw, I think it's part of the lease rather than the performance standards, was about the insurance policies that would be required, which makes sense. And, indemnification of the city and those kinds of things. I don't recall seeing anything about flood insurance. And so I'm wondering if that's part of the mix or if it's excluded for a particular reason. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any particular person?
If I can, Madam, on the piece about the 20-year performance review, sure Mr. Piscatelli can weigh in as well, but from my perspective, Alder Marchand, I do believe that there would be an opportunity for people in your position or all of our positions to put those performance revisions in place. The last sentence of 3.6 says, and we'll discuss whether performance revisions are appropriate, which I perceive to be, and I think the intent certainly is, that they would be able to be put in place should the powers that be deem that they should be.
I think we had arrived at that mutually in our negotiations with the airport authority to make sure that, this is 43 years, and it's 43 years for a lot of very important reasons, to create a horizon, if you will, for the authority to be successful, for there will be a repayment period for AvPort's investment, but also to make sure that our stewardship and oversight as the city as landowner doesn't fall too far back. 20 years will come right up on us. Many of us remember the authority being created or the early years of this particular program, so it'll happen. And this just puts a mark right within the lease so that there's a full and thorough review at that point in time. And then if there are no further questions on the provision, then I think we can pivot to the insurance, which I would think, John, it would be most appropriate just to provide a summary overview of how we arrived at insurance.
Attorney Ward, you are muted. We're not hearing anything.
Okay.
Now we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a very good question about the flood insurance. I don't know whether this is in a flood area, but it's something which did not come up in 1998. But I'd like to find out whether it is in a flood area, and I think that we would probably want to either ensure that the authority or the authority ensured that anybody, the AvPorts maintain all necessary required flood insurances. It's not an issue that has come up so far, and I'd have to look at the flood map. So I'm not sure. Giovanni, are we in a flood area?
Yes.
We are. Okay, so I can't. Like I say, it hasn't come up before, but somebody ought to get some flood insurance, and why not put it on the authority who can pass it along to AvPorts? Obviously, I can't negotiate that as part of this hearing, but it's a very good point.
Alder, if I can just state that we very much understand the importance of this and have already discussed this with AvPorts, and we will, in the facility lease, have a provision that requires us to get flood insurance exceeding what the actual floodplain standard is from FEMA currently. So we will have a policy over and above what is required by FEMA for the area that we are currently in the floodplain.
So I imagine from what Sean says, we can put that requirement on the authority to make sure that that is obtained.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Alder Marchand. Moving right along to Alder Ernie Santiago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are already been answered about the eminent domain, and everything is going to be done inside the fence line, right? I mean, I thought I heard that before. And that was the issue that were coming to me about. So I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving right along to Alder DeCola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, there's a bunch of questions, but I'm going to start off with two. A lot of residents have brought this up over and over. They're saying that home values will go down. Where is the proof of the devaluation of the property, or is that a myth that has just started? Is there proof or any factual statement to that in any other city? That's one question.
So Alder, it's a very good question. There is some data that I will share and make available to the board and the committee via email shortly that demonstrates that airport or property around airport developments such as this actually increases property. So I will share that with the committee if you please. And we're actually in the process of doing a more localized study to look at property value in the last few months since we announced this project. It is our understanding from talking to people anecdotally that the property values have increased, that sale prices have been increasing. Obviously, that is a trend that is happening across the state and across the region. But I think it's also to note important that that trend is also continuing to happen here, despite the fact that we have been very, very public about our project and our proposal. So I will share the actual full analysis about statistically across the nation when it comes to property value shortly. And then when I have more information about the local property value question, I will share that with the alders as well.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I got another question.
Go right ahead.
With the noise mitigation study, I know it's an FAA program. We went through this 5 years ago. That was another big question coming up about windows. Now, with the 180 homes that were done at a cost of about $9 million paid by the FAA, the question is, will the zone increase or be the same? So if it's the same, nobody else would be getting noise mitigation progress on windows. So the question is, how do we define the area? Because it's kind of vague, you know. So if we've done 180 homes and they're going to do another study, will the study be in the same topography of the land? So that's the question, because that was a big one by a lot of residents, that my neighbor got it and I did. So that's a question.
Thank you, Alder. And this is an important question, and allow me to get deep in the weeds on this because I think it's important for folks to know about. So the study that Alder DeCola is talking about from 2017 was the basis for us to do the noise mitigation program that we are currently in the 6th and final phase of right now. As the Alder just stated, we've done 180 homes so far. That process, as he alluded to, is paid for by the FAA. And that study had a lot of issues with it. I wasn't here at the time, so I can't speak to the exact methodology that they used, but as the Alder just stated, it does confuse and frankly frustrate a lot of people when they say, hey, I didn't get the benefit, but my next door neighbor did, and the planes are just as loud at my house. So number one, in the environmental assessment, we are doing a new noise study. Obviously, there's new technology in the last 5 years since the last one was done. I believe that that will allow us to get a better reading of what is actually happening. And I will make sure that we're doing it on a more widespread basis. And there'll be a lot of ample opportunity for folks to learn about that process and chime in to make sure it gets better than the one we did in 2017. Hopefully the zone will expand and that we will be able to do more people with the FAA sponsored and financially backed program. However, we want to be very clear that we're not counting, meaning we as the authority and airports, just on that. We have voluntarily agreed to do an additional noise mitigation program in the neighborhood to address the exact problem that Alder DeCola was talking about, which is that people live on the same street but didn't get the same benefit. I have supported very firmly since, you know, one of the first meetings I ever did to do something called block rounding, which means that on any street that previously got the benefit, every one of the neighbors would get some kind of additional offer of a benefit for that program. We also are looking at other neighborhoods that didn't get the benefit to begin with, specifically on the north and south end of the runway. Those neighborhoods did not directly qualify, with the exception of a very small few houses on the north and the south for this program. We want to voluntarily expand the eligibility for some sort of noise compensation to those neighborhoods as well. That is part of the community benefits agreement that we plan to announce very shortly, the details of. in conjunction with the community after getting their feedback about what that project should be and how we should allocate those resources. But to make a long story short, we're hoping that the next noise mitigation study will improve the zone and expand the zone. But if it doesn't and the noise zone stays relatively the same, that secondary program that we are voluntarily putting forward proactively will certainly cover, hopefully, many houses beyond where we're at today.
Thank you. And one other thing, Madam Chair, one more and then I'll pass it on to my colleagues.
Go ahead.
With this 43-year lease, would the authority have a problem with us omitting eminent domain?
Well, Alder, I know this is something you and I have talked a lot about, and I know you've been really firm on this and that you're hearing from a lot of your constituents about it. Like I said, we have no intent to use eminent domain. It's not part of our plan whatsoever. It's not part of the master plan, and all we can do is the master plan according to the FAA. We don't have permission to do anything else. And so, we have had the ability per the current lease to do the same thing that's in this proposal for 23 years and have never used it. But if the alders believe that there are stronger measures that we can take that would satisfy constituents beyond just hearing me repeatedly say over and over again that we're not going to use eminent domain, I certainly welcome that input from you and certainly welcome working with you on that to give them that assurance. We really, truly do not have any interest whatsoever in doing it.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. If I have other questions, I'll come back on the back.
Okay, thank you, Alder DeCola. Moving right along.
Madam Chair, this is Alder Adamarshan. Sorry to interrupt you. I
Yes,
thought it might be appropriate to recognize our colleague Alder Rosa Ferraro Santana, who's joined us.
Oh, I didn't see Alder Santana. Good evening, Alder Santana. Thank you for joining us.
And Representative Paolillo, former member of this body, is with us as well.
Oh, okay.
Thank you,
Thank you so much. Welcome, folks. Moving right along to the next person on our list, Alder Morrison. Questions for it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe my questions have been answered through my colleagues in regards to the community benefits and the expansion of the zoning. I know, I live way on the other side of town, but I've received a lot of calls that talked about the fact that homes that are directly affected by the airport have received various benefits, but the surrounding homes, they didn't get anything, and they too are affected in different ways. And so to hear that there are plans to have a community benefits agreement to expand the zone is very helpful. But I do have one question. I know that the discussion is to look back at this agreement in 20 years if this were to go forward. But I guess my question is, even 20 years, even though that seems like a long time, it is a short time, but at the same time, what if in year 10, something go on, right? What is it that will bring us back to the table? Or are there plans for us to talk about the current constant progress or anything concerning the Tweed Airport? Because I think this is a discussion that has to happen on a regular basis to help the community feel more comfortable with something like this. So the question really is, what is the mode in which we will continuously receive information about the progress and things that aren't working out as far as the airport is concerned, and also in what type of circumstances would we come back to the table even earlier than 20 years to maybe look at the agreement as it stands. So I don't know if that goes to Sean. I don't know if that goes to Michael or both or whomever. But thank you.
Let me start, Alder, and then certainly can turn it over to Mr. Piscatelli. I think it's a great question and a really, really important one. And I want to reiterate something I said in my presentation, that while Avports and us will have a different kind of role than the one we've had for the last 22 years, we still be working together The authority will still exist. I probably won't be here for all 43 years, but somebody will have my job during those 43 years that will serve as a member and a liaison to the public. And then finally, my board will exist, and they will continue to be appointed by members, the mayors of both New Haven and East Haven. In the progress or the proposal that we've made, we actually changed the configuration of the board a little bit and then put a provision in place that actually says that the chair and vice chair have to actually be residents of New Haven and East Haven going forward, and they would alternate that position. So the power structure will be of people who still are from here and have that advisory role, but they also have a regulatory role, and they will be able to hold ABPorts accountable by serious oversight that we will define in the facility lease that we have to negotiate. Again, that's step 3 of the process, by which you would be confident that is taken seriously. And so if and when issues arise, the board and the executive director would still be able to serve as that regulatory oversight of ABPorts going forward, even though this relationship will change a little bit. And obviously, it will remain a public entity, and the authority will remain a public entity accountable to the public and certainly the leadership of the cities if and when things happen in the community.
I think that covered most of the point about stewardship from the authority's perspective. I would add, in the lease, there's a couple of areas where we should keep a mind's eye toward. One is section 15.7 requires that the authority there are no further assignments without our consent. So it's another area where there's a look on the city side. Section 15-12 locks into the current airport master plan. And if the authority were ever to update that master plan, which is likely, it's a 43-year agreement, that we have input in that process, not only as the city as a body politic, but also through obviously our representation on the authority board, as well as through say planning and zoning and the commissions, that their regulatory purview does not go away. So much like the Avelo improvements that were approved just last week, anything on the city side of the airport would still need to go through City Plan Commission, and you have a charter designee on the City Plan Commission as well.
So thank you both for your answers. I guess I'm one of these people, I really feel very strongly about check-ins, right? And I understand that you have the authority, you have all these different pockets, but I'm just trying to figure out a way how we as a board of aldermen can get like a yearly check-in about like status report or something that is that will allow us to be, privy on a regular basis about the status of the airport, because not everyone is in agreement, right? So if this goes forward, we want to be able, as alders, to be able to have that discussion, to be able to point our constituents certain places to say, you can get the information here, or this is the information. So I'm just wondering if that is something that can, be in some type of agreement, or, our chair of finance can always call, right? And to say, I want to, Mike, someone get down here and give us an update about, the airport. But at the same time, when things are written, you don't have to, you don't have to figure, is the chair going to feel like being bothered with the airport or anything like that. So I just wanted to put that on the table. I don't know if that's something that has to be in there. As I said, as members of the board, our chair, vice chair of finance can always call. But again, I just wanted to put that out there as something that we might want to consider. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Walder. If I may, Madam Chair, just real quickly on that point, I just want to stress that the executive director position, I think, will continue to be the public face of the airport and the person who is accountable to the Board of Alders. So if and when there are hearings, that person will be called in to testify, to update you. If you have other ideas about, solidifying that, we can certainly talk about that, but the intent would be that that position would still remain. And then, of course, whoever is the public figure of the Apport side will also be a community person that would be held accountable by both you and the public. But if there's a better way to define that, Alder Morrison, we certainly welcome your feedback on that.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Alder Morrison. Alder Walker-Myers?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Piscatelli started to answer my question. I would like to know why the 40+ year lease versus the 20+ year lease? What is the benefits of that? And then my second question is, I heard you mention community benefits agreement and other benefits that will come to the community. I would like to know whether you have a timeline of when those deeper discussions will happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Piscatelli.
Third, and thank you for the question. Certainly something that was discussed on our end as well was what the appropriate term is. And I was struck by the way Hill Health Center talked about the term with Q House in identifying the level of time it would take to justify the significance of the investment that our partner is going to be making in the terminal. And so Apports has walked us through that along with the Airport Authority about why a longer horizon is important for the private investment. I think also one of the things we thought quite a bit about was if it was a shorter term, one, given the history of this airport, which is it's a slow growth airport, it doesn't necessarily jump in activity right off the gate. We want to give this room to move and to be successful. And at the same time, not a scenario whereby all of the rates and charges go way up, or that there's this big rush for Apports to make up its investment quickly. That this allows a certain amount of time for it to be evened and balanced out over time. And that was a specific thing we had asked Mary to take a look at as part of our peer review of the deal. And if Mary, you have anything to add in that regard, this would be appropriate.
Sure. No, thanks, Mike. As Mike noted, it's really about giving Avports the opportunity to recoup their investment. And as compared to other type of these concession agreements that we've seen nationally, the 43 years is actually pretty consistent with the concession length. It gives them a chance to, 40 years actually is going to come pretty quickly. And it's an opportunity for them to sort of slow grow the airport and make the improvements that are going to add value here, and then again recoup that investment. But it is consistent with other projects that we've seen nationally.
On the benefits, this is largely tied. So the $5 million that are earmarked, so to speak, in our terms and conditions are directly related to the implementation of this project. So for example, it's within 5 years of the FAA approval that we have to launch the noise mitigation program. So it's a very short timeline. I'll let Sean talk a little bit more about how the various aspects of, it's the 1.5 for noise, 1.5 for traffic, what happens now, and then what happens a little bit down the road.
Madam President, to answer that question, I would just say that our intent is to release that prior to a final vote by the Board of Alders, prior to the second reading of that, so that you would have that before you to consider. But that is, I want to stress that is a collaborative decision. That is something that I certainly welcome the feedback of all of the alders, in particular, the local delegation alders on. We've been having some serious conversations about that. Those will continue, but it's my intent as the director of the authority to get that done and publicly released prior to a second reading of the Board of Alders, if we are to get your favorable vote tonight to move the process forward.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Walker-Myers. Alder Festa, you're next, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some questions. I'm trying to put them in order of importance because I have a lot. I just want to piggyback on my colleague, Alder Morrison, and just maybe suggest that we have aldermanic representation on the airport authority. That might be something to consider if that is possible. That way we are up to date on what is happening there on a first level basis. We're hearing a lot about this community benefits agreement, and why isn't there a document in front of us? This is something that I would say so far a majority of the alders have mentioned. Obviously, we are mentioning it because we are hearing it from the community, and it is a big deal to the community. And if we are involving them, then we need to see something documented. We need details, you know, and the public should see it, the community should see it as well. So I'm not sure where we stand with that and why that hasn't happened. Why hasn't a plan been laid out in writing? Because we should be reviewing that tonight and making it a part of this lease agreement to make a really good, concise, clear decision on our vote. I guess I'll wait for comments on that.
Certainly understand the point. Let me just take them in order. So first, the board of directors of the airport authority is established pursuant to the statute. So the authority is established by state statute. Your suggestion would be most appropriate as in sort of the relationship between the mayor and the board of alders and who those people that are assigned to serve on the board of directors. But it's certainly accomplishable if the alders wanted to move in that direction, to have a direct aldermanic rep on the authority board. As to the benefits agreement, which has emerged as a very proper term, one thing about a lease like this, the amendment and restating of a lease, as we have to look at it from the perspective of the city enabling the authority and AVPorts to enter into an agreement. So the way it is written, it establishes what we've termed the guardrails. The size of the main runway can be only so many feet. The terminal needs to move and be elevated on higher ground. It can have 4 to 6 gates. All of the sub-agreements, the Hertz, the rental cars, any of the folks that are there, all have to have a DEI provision such that they're following the same rules and mission, quite frankly, that the city as a whole is working toward. All of the construction contracts, 12 and a half, 12 and a quarter. So the elements of what you describe are laid out in the performance standards in the lease. It doesn't have the formal titling that you describe, but you can thumb through and see 1.5 for traffic, 1.5 for noise. The 250,000 that's reserved for general aviation is the same construct that you're describing, but we have it in the form of what we call the guardrails, since there will be the follow-on facility lease between the authority and AVPorts.
And I would just say, Alder, to follow up on that, is that when I first started this job in November of 2019, the thing that I heard most from everybody is we need a community benefits agreement. The airport has never, ever put that forward. And over the course of 2 years, even before we got this unsolicited offer, we were doing this, I was engaged with discussions with everyone from state elected officials to alders to neighborhood leaders to people on the management team. And it's a long process. It's a long process to get feedback. Obviously, I get a lot of different opinions every day about what should be in there. It's not something that everyone has monolithic agreement on. So what Mike just described was the fact that it's comprehensive in Schedule D. And as I just said to the president, we certainly have every intention of making sure that we get even more clarity on specifics of what that is for the public and for you as soon as we can. But we continue to get feedback. As recently as last Thursday, I was hearing directly from people at our meeting about what they want to see in that. So we're continuously refining that, continuously talking to folks about it, and hope to be able to put forward something very, very soon.
I guess with that, I mean, I can respect that, and I can respect that information is constantly coming in, but there's also a common pattern of thoughts that the community has that are generalized. So we could have had at least a modified version out there with a majority of what the community thoughts were, and then gradually add. It could be a working document. So that would have been appreciated, so people have an idea of the seriousness that you are taking this serious. That's the point of why we should have had some document in front of us with the thoughts, at least, of what direction you're all heading. But I'm not going to waste any more time on that. I am curious, though, as to how much money New Haven is receiving and how much East Haven is receiving.
So in the May 6th announcement, we said it was $5 million of community benefits. I know that that number was not divided, and we have not articulated that number to date. Again, because we're in the process of trying to calculate exactly what it is that folks want to see, how that would work, and how best to distribute that based on this project.
So it's really not defined. I mean,
Well, what I'm trying to say with respect is that we are in the process of trying to define it as we speak, and that is a collaborative process through which we're getting a lot of feedback, a lot of different ideas, and trying to do our best to work with the community to define how to do that for the few years that the airport will still be in New Haven, and then going forward for folks on the East Haven side, should this proposal move forward.
okay, I think I have one more question, even though I do have others, but I believe this will be my fourth one, and I'm going to focus on the environment. I mean, how can we approve a lease before we even have this environmental assessment that you spoke about earlier, that we are about to embark upon? I think that's a very important topic and one that needs to be addressed. And, without this report, which to me is very important, I chair the City Service Environmental Policy Committee, and I am particularly interested in finding out what that report would read and would make sense for us to have some kind of assessment as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alder. And again, this environmental assessment process is very thorough. There will be 6 public meetings. It'll be over a year long. The process at the end of that is us securing a FONSI ROD from the FAA, getting permitting from DEEP, getting the permission that we need to move forward that may require mitigation. None of that will happen if there are serious concerns without mitigation. And even if there are things that we can't mitigate, this thing will not happen. And so I believe it's important for folks to recognize that we're not asking the board tonight to vote on the entire development project. We're simply asking you to extend our lease for 43 more years and to let us continue the process through thorough examination of these very, very important issues that I agree are very, very important, and let that process play out. If we are found to be in regulatory compliance of both federal and state law when it comes to all these different factors, the project will move forward. If we are found that we can't and that we can't mitigate them, then it won't. But what we're asking you tonight is simply to bless an extension of our lease based on our relationship with the city in the past and our proven record of running this airport well going forward, and then letting that process play out with the full force of the public and your scrutiny behind it.
Thank you for your answers. I appreciate it, but I just feel like that we're being asked to approve something without all of the details. But thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Moving right along on our list, Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Piscatelli. Thank you, Mr. Scanlon, for your very thorough presentation. I don't have any questions. I think that some of the things we're discussing will be better left to our own deliberation. And so I'll save my comments for our discussion and deliberation. Just to be clear, we are voting on the lease agreement and the lease agreement only.
There are two components to the communication before you. One is the order approving the amended and restated lease between the city and the airport authority. And then there is a request for an amendment to the ordinance related to weight restrictions. And that's ordinance 4-70. And it's all within one order and ordinance amendment that's in your package.
Yep, I read that. I'm just being clear on the direction that we need to be going this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Alder Furlow. Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, you're next, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. New Haven continues to improve in land and sea and air travel, and this is great and in the city's best interest. Why are many airlines interested in New Haven Tweed Airport and in the future establishing partnerships with it? And the last question that I have is that the Hill has experienced a lot of noise in regards to air flights. You know, we have Yale New Haven Medical's air flights. Will you be seeing an increase in this service within the city? And have you considered flights within the city and noise increasing in other city neighborhoods? Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. So on the first question of why are the airlines interested, the answer to that is because we have, by some estimates, the second most underserved airport market in the country, meaning that there's about 1 million people who live in what we refer to as our catchment area. And there's a common
You're breaking up.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Very sorry. I cannot hear you. You're breaking up.
Can the other members of the committee hear me, or?
Yes, I can hear you. Colleagues,
Okay.
can you hear Mr. Scanlon?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Alder Evelyn, are you having trouble hearing him?
I can hear you clearly. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Scanlon. Try again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, the reason why the airlines are so interested in coming to New Haven is because they have done serious analysis that shows that we have one of the most, if not the second most underserved catchment areas in the entire country, meaning there's 1 million people who live in what we refer to, or all airports refer to as a catchment area that is underserved by airports. And so there's a big misconception out there actually that people in our area all drive to Bradley. That's actually not the case. Statistically, most people drive to New York to get on flights to go places. They don't go to Bradley Airport. And so what we're trying to do, and what they really want to do, is offer flights from New Haven to the places that people in that catchment area want to go, which are both leisure, like Florida, and business, places like Chicago, Washington, D.C., even the West Coast, if they'd like. And as I mentioned in my remarks earlier, Alder Rodriguez, I have met with every representative, just about, of almost every single airport in this country, or airline, excuse me, in this country. And all of them have expressed a very strong interest in this airport, if only we can go beyond 5,600 feet. And I think of Velo's very strong commitment to the airport, giving $1.2 million towards the project, hiring 100 people as we speak right now from the community. We're working with New Haven Works to make that happen. The fact that they're launching their entire East Coast base here is all indicative of the fact that they want to be on the ground floor of this expansion. And I think that based on my conversations in the last few months with other airlines, there will be others to follow shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Scanlon. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Just quickly, Madam Alder, on the just on your second part of the question about the medical flights, that is not something that we think will expand. You know, we're proud to have them here. I know that some folks in the neighborhood sometimes are frustrated by the fact that they land at odd hours, but I think it's important to remember that that's somebody getting a transplant lung for something, or you know, an organ that they need to survive. And fortunately, we have one of the best medical institutions in the world right here. And so they're coming in at odd hours, I know, but no, I don't think that the traffic of that particular program would increase just because of this program. it would just stay the way it is based on whatever the level of need is at the hospital.
Again, thank you, Mr. Scanlon, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez. Moving right along to Alderman Hurt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Scanlon, for being here with us today. Thanks to Mike Piscatelli for laying this all out for us. I have a concern about the community benefits agreement. And my concern is, and I feel that this should not go any further until we get an agreement in writing. But given, I appreciate the jobs and all, but we still have other residents in that community, in that area, that that's dealing with things. I grew up in Virginia, Roanoke, Virginia. And in 1971, my father and mother bought a home, and it was like 3 blocks away from the airport runway, Roanoke Regional Airport. So I know what they're experiencing. I know what they're dealing with. Soundproofing, and it just not affects close homes, but it affects all the homes in the area. At the Plains to Fire Coast of my high school, and land on the runway, because the land, one of the main runways was on the by the. So I understand what they're dealing with. So I really think thank you, Alder Festa and Alder Jeanette Morrison, for bringing this up, because it's near and dear to my heart that the community really get what's best for them. I appreciate the fact that the airport want to expand, and we want to expand and bring in more revenue. But at the end of the day, we don't know what our community is dealing with over there with the things that expansion brings. So I would like to make sure that, I would like to see a community benefits that's going to benefit that community better. And in writing. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you, Alder Hurt, for those comments. I would just say respectfully to you and your colleagues on the committee that in Exhibit D of the document before you all for consideration tonight are the list of the community benefits, as Mr. Piscatelli had stated earlier. There are some details that absolutely need to be filled in about specific eligibility for those specific programs, and I understand and respect that. And as I told President Walker Myers, we have every intention of getting both the public and all of you that information before a final vote would be taken on this proposal. However, I do want to state that what is in Exhibit D is a representative position based on all the feedback that many of you have given me, that many people had given the mayor, that the community had given us over several years, hence it being in Exhibit D. But we do need to get the details right on that. It's important that we get that right, and I absolutely hear you, Alder, and I thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Is Alder Decker on the call?
Madam Chair, Alder Decker confirmed that with me today that he's out of town and not able to attend.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody, Madam Chair.
All righty. So at this time, we'll move on to the public testimony. Alder Marchand, do we have a list of folks that have signed up to give testimony at this time?
Madam Chair, we have a number of people who've raised their hands, and I think the staff have also been compiling a list. And so we should be ready to go in just a moment. If it's all right with you, Madam Chair, I'd like to make just a couple of quick announcements by way of reminder.
Yes, indeed. Go right ahead.
On the public testimony. The first is that every member of the public who testifies will be given 3 minutes to do so. We do this because we anticipate many people wishing to testify, and we want to give everyone a fair opportunity to speak. I remind members of the public that they can give an unabridged and full-length, well-considered version of their testimony to us in writing, they could certainly drop it off at the Office of Legislative Services, but the more convenient way is to email public testimony at newhavenct.gov. That's the most convenient way to do that. And tonight they can, if they can please limit themselves to 3 minutes, they can, go on in more detail and in greater length in their follow-up to the to tonight. I also want to recognize that a number of residents have already submitted testimony through that mechanism, and I'll just recognize their names so that they can be assured that we received their testimony. That includes Elena Haroskevitz, Auguste Fortin, Claudia Bosch, Deborah Amato, Frank Hurd, Jean Edwards Chepo, Jessica Wysocki, Joan Eichhorn, Jules Scanley, Kevin Butterbaugh, Kevin Helyart, Nan Birdwhistle, Nicholas Jacobellis, Peggy Hackett, Robert Bergner, Robert Kreitler, Susan Campion, Tony Giannetti and Ron Arena, Vincent Perilli, William Villano, Lorena Venegas, Tina Evans, Dennis Bollier, Paul Cox, and Susan Wendler. I apologize to any of them whose names I might have mispronounced or whose names might have been misspelled in the list that I just read off. Those emails have been received by us. Some were received long enough ago that we've already reviewed them. Some were received today or minutes before the meeting, but we will definitely make sure that every single member of the committee, and indeed every member of the board, has access to all of the testimony that is submitted electronically, in writing, or through the recording tonight. So, having done that, I think we're going to ask our staff to let us know who's first on the list.
Excellent. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I see Garrett Sheehan has been promoted.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Marchand, thank you, and all of the members of the committee appreciate it. My name is Garrett Sheehan. I am President and CEO of the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce. My address is 34 Montclair Drive, West Hartford, Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight in support of the Finance Committee approving this agreement with Tweed New Haven Airport Authority. We've talked many times that we see the airport as a significant upgrade for economic development efforts here in the city of New Haven. We talk with businesses all the time that see the airport as a real positive for their businesses. I also think that this agreement that's before you is a real positive for the city. As we've talked in years before, and many of the opponents of the airport have pointed to the amount of subsidy and expenses of the airport. This agreement gets rid of that subsidy and starts to deliver money back to the city by not having to pay that subsidy, and also gives us the opportunity to truly grow out the airport within the parameters of where the airport is. So it's not a larger expansion, but it's using the footprint of the city. Deals like this don't come along very often. I think the questions that you've all raised tonight are great, and you should ask all those questions and make sure that everyone's comfortable with all of the details of this deal. But from everything I've seen and the answers that have been provided tonight by the airport authority, I think it passes all the tests. I'd say continue to ask those questions to make sure that it works for the city. But from where I sit, this seems like a great deal for the city, for the city's finances, and also for the city's economic development efforts. So appreciate your support of this deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan, for your testimony this evening. Have a good night. Next on our list, Mr. Lucas or Mr. Hayden or Alder Marchand.
Madam Chair, I see that Don Hocevar has been promoted.
Okay.
Excuse me. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Good evening, Ms. Hocevar. If I'm pronouncing your name correctly, may we have your name and address for the record, please?
12 West Point Road in Branford, Connecticut. Thank you very, very much for this public hearing tonight. I thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, the Finance Committee members, and the alders that are on the line. I just wanted to share from an industry perspective. So I'm Dawn Hocevar, President and CEO of BioCT. And BioCT represents the bioscience industry in Connecticut. And our mission is to help grow the ecosystem and collaborate wherever we can to help drive economic growth and improve patient lives. So the bioscience industry, as most of you hopefully know, is really growing in the greater New Haven region. And the demand for lab space is extremely high. And I want to thank the New Haven City planners for working very closely with Carter Winstanley and approving the 101 College project. This is going to help ease infrastructure demand in New Haven, create jobs. And with that, the average salary in the biotech industry is about $120,000 a year. And for every direct job, there's 2.5% indirect jobs created as well. Another challenge for growth, though, is the lack of flights out of Tweed Airport. And I was thrilled to hear Sean say earlier that, Florida is the first destination for Aveo, but there will also be other destinations for the business sector. Our companies collaborate with many institutions around the country, and the easier and more convenient we make travel, the more likely our companies will stay and come to New Haven. A big part of the growth and health of our companies is getting investments from venture firms, because these companies don't sell or anything for 10, 20 years. And the VC firms look for ease of travel from the companies they're investing in.
1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. So if it's not convenient, they're going to go elsewhere, and we don't want that to happen. So for New Haven to continue to grow, we need to remove obstacles. Authorizing the reinstatement of the lease with New Haven and Tweed Airport will enable Aveo Airlines to move forward. And this is a natural extension of the progress that's already been made by the New Haven City planners that is encouraging bio companies to stay and grow in New Haven. Thank you very much for your support in this endeavor.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Have a good evening. Next on our list, please, gentlemen.
Madam Chair, I see that Robert Ellis has been promoted.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Ellis. Your name and address for the record, sir?
Robert Ellis, 365 Mather Street, Hamden, Connecticut.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Finance Committee members, and all the persons. Thank you for the opportunity to share my support for this deal with the Tweed New Haven Airport and Airport, as well as Avelo. I happen to be a member of the Tweed New Haven Airport Authority as a board member. As such, I am speaking in twofold. One, as a resident of the New Haven County area who would love to use the expanded airport, and two, as a board member who has watched diligently the effort that's been put forth by Sean and his team to make this deal come to fruition. It is a opportunity to expand the airport as never before, one that will allow it to eventually become self-sufficient, independent, and a more attractive destination for those that like and want to fly to and from the New Haven area. We look forward truly to Sean continuing to do his work if you all are able to support this and approve this deal, because we do believe that this would be a benefit not only for the airport itself, but definitely for the region. So we ask for your full support on this deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis, for your testimony. Moving right along, may we have the next person, please?
Madam Chair, sometimes it takes a moment for someone to be promoted. I see now that Sarah Miller has been promoted.
Okay. Hey, good evening, Sarah Miller. Welcome, and may we have your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all. My name is Sarah Miller. I live at 29 Clinton Avenue in Fairhaven. And I think flying to Florida for $64 sounds great. And the idea of an expanded airport as an overall economic driver makes theoretical sense. But as several of the alders have mentioned tonight, closer examination reveals that in many ways, this deal undermines some of our most fundamental shared commitments to reducing child asthma, securing project labor agreements, insisting on community benefits agreements, and also responding with seriousness to the threat of climate change. So my neighborhood has some of the highest incidence of childhood asthma in the city. We would like to see that trend line improved rather than exacerbated. And unfortunately, all indications are that the proposal to expand Tweed and permit jumbo jets to release pollutants into our residential neighborhoods puts the health of all of our residents and especially our kids at risk. But we don't really know because, as we heard, the airport authority has completed no studies on the potential impact on human health and is asking for your approval in advance of completing them. What we do know is that our friends who live in the immediate vicinity of the airport already clean particulates off their cars each morning. We also know that people of color disproportionately suffer the health impacts of environmental degradation and climate change, which increases with fossil fuel usage, such as more airplanes. We also know large projects of this type can and should come with project labor agreements and with community benefits agreements, both of which are vaguely promised, but with no contracted commitment. So, and mitigation measures, which are outlined in very general terms in the agreement, are not the same as community benefits. And there's no clear indication at all of what those community benefits will be. We hear verbal commitments on things like eminent domain and not using the airport for freight, but the agreement on the table allows for both. And leadership of the authority can change, and those verbal agreements have no legal weight. So much of this project just seems really at odds with our values as a city and the kinds of things that we all generally agree on. But that is why we have the Board of Alders. This is not a done deal. You don't need to be on anyone else's timeline.
1 minute.
And so on behalf of all of us, I hope you will not just take the word of other branches of our government and those who would make a profit from this deal, but undertake an independent professional assessment of the risk-benefit calculation with special attention to human health and the strong possibility that this property will be completely underwater in less than 30 years, long before the proposed lease expires. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Sarah Miller, for your testimony this evening.
Thank you for listening.
All right, moving right along.
Madam Chair, Vin Petrini has been promoted.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. And thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, members of the Board of Alders. I'm Vin Petrini. I'm the Senior VP of Public Affairs at Yale New Haven Health, and I reside at 88 Pratt Road in Clinton, Connecticut. I will be very brief because I won't reiterate all the strong points articulated by Mr. Piscatelli and Representative Scanlon today. But I will say, because of that, I stand here tonight in strong and unwavering support for this proposal, as does my organization. I've been on the airport board for a number of years, and I think along that time, I've seen real opportunities and real challenges. And I think today we're at a moment in time that conveys the very best opportunity I've seen to advance the economic interests, not only of the city of New Haven, which is critically important, but the state of Connecticut as well. It's a very exciting time for the city. There's a lot of momentum underway because of the leadership of this board and others. And we need to build on that momentum. I look at Downtown Crossing and I see the biotech sector, players like Arvinas and Alexion growing in the city. And as we emerge from this pandemic, our commitment to build the Neurosciences Center here in New Haven, right here in the city of New Haven, remains true. I often hear that we compare ourselves periodically to places like Cambridge and Silicon Valley. the research triangle. And, I think that's aspirational for us, but I think we can do even better. I think about the intellectual capacity of this city. I think about the people here, who you represent, who are extremely committed to this city. I think about the culture of innovation that exists in New Haven. I think the one thing that differentiates us is actually an airport that provides the accessibility that we have. You heard Dawn Hussever talk about this, and Garrett talk a little bit earlier about how important that is to the biotech community. It's important to us as well, as we look to attract the very best scientists, the very best clinicians across the globe. As I said, I won't go into the benefits that have already been articulated, but just reinforce a couple of points. This agreement represents a $70 million investment in the city of New Haven. Thank you, Vice Chair. It also removes the subsidies from both the city and the state. It mitigates the overall risk based on what I've experienced at Tweed. And it removes the long-term liabilities for the city of New Haven in the case of default. So just summarizing, I'd like to say that this is an important, really important moment in time for the city of New Haven. I deeply appreciate the strong support that the airport has received over the last several years. But I think with the arrival of Avello, with the opportunity for new destinations that can come on board, we're in a moment in time that could be a defining point for the city of New Haven. And I just wanted to say how much we do appreciate and support this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Petrini, for your testimony this evening.
Madam Chair, Tony Criscuolo has been promoted.
Okay.
Hello, I'm sorry. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you're unmuted. Hi,
Hey.
Tony. Good evening.
Hello.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Tony Criscuolo, 223 Townsend Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut. I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, thank you for the opportunity. I'm one of the first people to speak who comes from New Haven, because a lot of these people come from outside New Haven and very interested in using New Haven. What struck me was, the first thing that struck me was one of the members of the people that is studying this didn't know that Tweed was in a flood zone. Very interesting. I am going to have to scrape the snake oil off of me when I leave this meeting this evening, because these people are buying, they're not selling. They see a desperate city that wants to be more than what it ever was, a little adorable city. And they are preying on what they see as our weakness now. And they are selling and buying. And they think that we can be bought for a few windows, a little soundproofing, and a couple of speed bumps in the road, because they do not respect us. They do not respect New Haven. They do not respect this board. I could tell when they were talking, and you're just going to have to take my word for that. But they're telling you, we make 1.9 million, we spent 2.8 million, but what a great deal. And what are they offering you? We believe, we estimate, we project, we plan to, we intend, we have a strong desire. There's an unmet demand. They have no proof that this airport has ever made any money, but I have proof it's never made any money. If they don't intend to use eminent domain, why are they not removing it? Alder Santiago, you never take out something, even though you don't intend to use it now. You may be using it later and they're not going to give it up. Why 43 years? People don't even stay married for 43 years. And we got to be married to them for 43 years? And let's talk about who's really here behind this.
1 minute left.
This isn't Avport. This is Goldman Sachs. Little New Haven is no match for Goldman Sachs, but they see an opportunity here. Give us chump change and they will get the rest. You have more power than what you think. I hear the alders approaching them as if you are in an inferior position. You are not. You are not. You are binding our future, our children's future for 43 years. For what? For promises. And I could only ask you, I would love to ask you just to vote no, but I just want to ask you, please don't let them do this to us until you are absolutely sure that we are getting what they are promising us. I beg you to please consider that. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Tony, for your testimony this evening.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would just like to make a quick point of order.
Yes.
Obviously, Ms. Criscuolo's testimony was passionate and concise, and I loved it about it. But there was one moment at the beginning when she mentioned snake oil that I felt that she was starting to get into the realm of saying names. And so I would encourage members of the public not to do that. It's fine to express distrust, suspicion, to question, to push back, but please do so in a way that's civil. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I see that Adrian Hook has been promoted.
Okay, thank you for your clarity. Good evening, ma'am. Your name and address for the record, please.
Adrian Huck, and I live at 19 Commodore Hall Drive in Derby, Connecticut. So good evening, Alders. My name is Adrian Huck, and I am a co-founder of the New Haven Climate Movement Youth Action Team. I was recently approached by community activists on the issue of the Tweed expansion, and understanding the clear impacts that air travel has on our climate and also nearby neighborhoods, I knew that I had to lend my voice on this topic. Conveniences posed by the airport expansion are minimized by the health, environmental, and quality of life threats. The current unavailability of key information from the proposed agreement hides the airport's true cost to the community. New Haven already suffers from multiple environmental injustices. Residents deserve to understand the full details on what is being provided for traffic calming, noise mitigation, and other issues for the dangerous levels of noise. As stated, there is no environmental assessment completed yet. But even without a study, it is clear to see that these additional flights will spew massive quantities of dangerous particulate pollutants into communities here and abroad into our overall atmosphere. This added air pollution presents an increased risk to local children who already suffer from high asthma rates in the city. I also want to mention that this proposal is not in line with the city's climate and sustainability framework that the New Haven Climate Movement had pushed for in 2018. In fact, page 19 states, quote, "The City of New Haven recognizes the need to invest in reliable, safe, affordable, and sustainable transportation to reduce strain on infrastructure, cut greenhouse gas emissions, and improve local quality of life. The goals and actions under this transportation strategy take the form of improving road performance by reducing congestion, upgrading our mass transit systems, and expanding and improving biking and walking infrastructure. By shifting to a low carbon transportation system, one that focuses on public transportation, biking and walking, and less polluting vehicles, New Haven can create a sustainable transportation future," end quote. So if New Haven recognizes the need for a sustainable transportation future, why is it so heavily promoting air travel? Can't we achieve these same positive community and economic impacts by focusing on public transit and safe streets in New Haven?
1 minute.
Additionally, the New Haven Climate Emergency Resolution that my team organized for in 2019 calls for zero community-wide emissions by 2030. The greenhouse gas emissions that increased air travel will create stands in direct opposition to us actually being able to follow through with that commitment. So developing a so-called eco-friendly building, which supports mass fossil fuel use on top of sensitive wetlands, is greenwashing and demonstrates a willingness to support profits over our planet. Increased fossil fuel pollution and a largely automobile-focused transit plan to access this airport does not reflect action on the climate emergency. New Haven residents deserve increased transparency on this project, which will have a lasting and major impacts on neighborhoods. Will we prioritize economic development or community and environmental health? Alders, I hope that you will vote no tonight with the agreement that is currently drafted. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hook, for your testimony this evening.
For her perfectly timed testimony, Madam Chair. I see that Anthony DePonte has been promoted.
Good evening. Could you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. DePonte. Your name and address for the record, sir.
Anthony DePonte. I live at 22 Mansion Street. I'm conveniently located directly behind Tony Criscuolo, and sometimes I get to wave to her in her garden if I see her working in it. I've been a 39-year resident of Morse Cove. I'm very passionate about this neighborhood. And I have a lot of questions, and some of them are raised by Alder Festa as well as Hurt. And the big thing for me is that these community benefits packages that they're saying they're offering have money set aside, but there's no scopes of work. So if you've ever been involved in a large major construction project or bid process, you know that generally what these companies do before they're building something is they do pre-bids. They build a package, it's a scope of work, and they put them out to bid. In return, the subcontractors submit scopes of works and package cost, or they bid, and then they're drafted an overall job cost. So you guys are going to vote, but there's no scopes of work for the community benefit packages. There's none. They're just saying we have $5 million. For example, the Obama school that they built near Southern, it was a $45 million job. It's a 65,000 square foot project. And you're saying there's going to be $5 million for water mitigation, stormwater mitigation, flood, traffic easement, noise? That's nothing. That's peanuts. These would be prevailing wage jobs too. And I get that. Labor one, which means the bottom of the barrel labor worker on a prevailing wage construction site, starts at $48.50 an hour. $48.50 an hour. Any construction company in the right mind bidding the jobs for traffic easement, whether it's Layden or one of the other large asphalt companies, they're not going to charge you guys $48.50 an hour. They're going to charge you guys $100 an hour. So where's that $5 million going? Again, there's no scopes of work. There's no pre-bids. Even the terminal, we keep seeing architectural plans for or renders for that. Where are the renders for the sidewalks, for the traffic easement, for curbs? Where's the water going? What about maybe putting in a pumping station? They talk about upgrading tide gates. What do those upgrades look like? Where's the scope package for that?
1 minute left.
All I'm saying is that you guys are voting. The master plan, to me, is backwards. You do the environmental assessment work first. You put it out the bid first. You get the numbers back. You see what the costs are going to be. Building materials are rising every day, as you know, if you're doing any work on your home. And it's the same thing in the public sector. We raise job hourly rates go up every day, every year as well. July 1st, prevailing wage rates go up. So where's that going to be in 2 or 3 years? All I'm saying again is you have no scopes of work. The master plan is in reverse. Please just look at everything before you vote on it. Please, that's all I'm asking for you. Again, I've been here 39 years. I want to live out the rest of my years here, but I just want it done right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DePonte, for your testimony this evening.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, as the next person is promoted, I want to just compliment everyone who's testified so far on being very disciplined in their use of time. Next, I see that Claudia Bosch has been promoted.
Good evening, Ms. Bosch. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm Claudia Bosch. I live on 222 Lighthouse Road in New Haven. And please be aware, my public comment is about the proposed agreement. So you can be pro-expansion, but still reject the proposed agreement. Those are different processes. Your agreement in its current form is not complete, and you're being asked to approve a 40-year deal without knowing all the fine print. So the master plan, while Mr. Scanlon mentioned that it is approved, it's not, because if you go onto Tweed's website, you will not find it there. So there is no master plan. There is, we've heard that before, you don't know about the flood insurance. There are no thoughts about this yet. There is no environmental assessment. And given where Tweed is located, you need to include these costs and risks before you approve that. Also, what is missing? We hear, oh, we want to do community benefits, but then you start asking and it's unclear, 5 million. Well, will it be 2.5 million for East Haven and 2.5 million for New Haven? Unclear. This is all in the open, yet you're being asked to sign this right now. Now, also missing is an economic evaluation. In 1999, one was done, and the benefits, the economic benefits for New Haven in the year 2019 for Tweed were estimated between $57 million and $300 million for 2019, just in that year alone. That was the estimate. You wonder, where are those numbers coming from? And again, we have numbers. You can read about 10,000 jobs. Where are they coming from? How are they calculated? You don't know this.
1 minute left.
If you start looking into studies, then you will actually see that regional airports are not generators of economic development. They are followers. Yes, if you look into studies of airports and they're paid by airports, well, then it's the other way around. So look into independent studies. Please, one last thing. So Mayor Elicker said there is no intent of freight planes. Director Scanlon said no plans. So why not put it in the agreement? So obviously Tweed and the mayor are in agreement about no freight. So put it into the agreement. We can do that, please. So take the time. This is for 43 years. This is, if you would do an investment, a private investment for 43 years.
Time to wrap up.
The fine print. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bosch, for your testimony.
Madam Chair, as the next person is promoted, we might recognize our colleague Alder Jerry Antunes has joined us. Also, Alder Jody Ortiz. Madam Chair, just so you know, I've tried to promote every single alder who's in the attendees list, but not all of them are in a connection that's working for a promotion.
Okay.
So I certainly don't mean any disrespect to any alder who's not promoted to the panel, but that's not currently doing it for a couple of our colleagues. And Madam Chair, I see that Tim Holohan has been promoted.
Okay, well, welcome to the alders that are not committee members that have joined us. And good evening, Mr. Holohan. Welcome, and may we have your name and address for the record, sir?
Yes, thank you. My name is Tim Holohan. I live at 404 Yale Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut, in the 25th Ward. I thank you all for having this public hearing. I think it's very important that New Haven do so. And I am speaking primarily to reiterate some of the points that have been made by, I think, all of my fellow New Haven residents who have spoken tonight have had serious critiques of this plan and as proposed. And I think if I was an alder and this was presented to me, I might feel a little bit insulted without resorting to snake oil. I think calling it harm mitigation, vague harm mitigation terms, a community benefits agreement, is insulting to the communities. The airport will unquestionably do harm in terms of noise pollution and in terms of almost certainly increasing air pollution. And again, our problems, our challenge that we've had as a city with asthma has been well stated by other testimony. Mitigating the harm is certainly what the plan should include, but it's not community benefits. Community benefits means people will make profit from this, and that profit, the actual benefit of having public infrastructure changed, should be shared with the community. And there is no plan for that, as I see. The lack of any terms of a labor agreement, the incredibly vague and totally legally non-binding, we have no plans to take your houses, we have no plans to go to freight, which obviously could be changed if they needed to take your houses or they needed to go to freight to make the profits they intend to make. Goldman Sachs, as one of my neighbors pointed out, is ultimately the player that we would be bringing into the city. And we know what Goldman Sachs' motive is. It's the profit motive. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but that's a matter of opinion. But that's what they're here for. They're not here to benefit our community. If that happens incidentally, they won't be sorry, but that's not their purpose. Goldman Sachs does not come to New Haven to help New Haven.
1 minute left.
Thank you. So this should not be passed through tonight by any self-respecting alder. If you do the research, you're never going to get proof that property values won't be affected, Alder DeCola. But if you do the research, there's clear evidence that they tend to be. That doesn't mean it shouldn't happen, but it's one reason among many not to approve it tonight. But strategically, as Adrian Hook said, this is just not fit with New Haven's vision for where we're going. We need to be a sustainable city. We need to make the choices that are right for the environment. 30 years, we're talking about in 30 years, NOAA thinks the Tweed will be flooded regularly. And if that doesn't happen, it'll be because enormous changes to carbon output in this country that will change the aviation industry and everything else in ways that no one can predict. So to pass this through, a 43-year blank check to Goldman Sachs makes no sense at all. And I hope you alders have come to that conclusion yourselves. I appreciate being heard, and I wish you every success in furthering New Haven's interests, not the interests of suburban business. I'm ready to be demoted, Alder Marchand.
Thank you, Mr. Holohan, for your testimony this evening.
Have no fear, neighbor Holohan. You will be duly demoted. Next,
thank you.
We have another Ward 25 neighbor, Jim Berger, who's been promoted.
Hello, Mr. Berger. Name and address for the record. Oops. Did we lose him?
All right, that's a little better. I'm James Berger. I live at 109 Woodbridge Avenue in New Haven. First, thanks for the opportunity to speak here. And I really first can second what many of my previous fellow New Haven residents have said, Sarah, Tony, Adrian, Claudia, Tim. And I would say I'm opposed to the extension and to the expansion. The airport is in a floodplain. It will be flooded. It has been flooded, and it will be again, increasingly. Perhaps the threat of flooding can at great expense be mitigated, but in truth, it stands on a stretch of land that was formerly wetlands and probably should be permitted to revert to that status, which would absorb water and prevent flooding in other parts of the region. That's what wetlands do. To build on wetlands is to invite flooding. Second, for travel, certainly in the Northeast, air travel should not be encouraged. It should be discouraged. High-speed rail must be the regional priority. Gasoline-powered cars on the road and airplanes in the sky put enormous amounts of carbon into the atmosphere and contribute significantly to global warming. And so now is not the time to be expanding small airports. Insofar as we will continue, certainly in the near future, to need airplanes for longer trips, Bradley is a perfectly good regional airport. If money is to be spent, it should be spent on installing high-speed rail and getting people quickly from New Haven to Bradley and Hartford and Springfield, so it would be for the airport, but also for the region. There's no reason why passengers should not be able to get from New Haven to Bradley in under an hour. That's how they do it.
1 minute left.
Thank you. That's how they do it in civilized countries, the Netherlands and Japan, for example. It's a big project, but if we think that air travel to and from New Haven is necessary, as at present, no doubt it is, that's the project we need to pursue. That seems to me the better expenditure of resources in the long term. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berger, for your testimony. Do we have another participant?
Madam Chair, I see that Patricia Kane has been promoted.
Okay.
Ms. Kane, are you able to unmute and turn your camera on? I see that there she is.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Apologies for missing my cue there. I apologize in advance. I'm going to repeat some points that other people have made. But basically what I want to say to you all is your vote tonight.
Before you get started, may we just have your full name and your address for the record, please?
Oh, yes, of course. Patricia Kane, 731 Quinnipiac Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, so I want to thank, I think it was Mike Piscatelli who did a summary of the history of the airport, and I made some notes. I hope they're accurate. There's been a 23-year lease in which the city has basically funded the airport to the tune of $24.4 million. I totaled two categories there. And in 2022, the city is obligated to contribute another $162,500. This is a sad because this airport has never been profitable. I'm not sure what the people perceive the benefit has been, but we're going forward now. So I want to look at the contract aspects of this. A 43-year contract is extraordinary. If this were a 10-year contract with options to renew in 10 years, even 15 years, I wouldn't have the same questions about it. But you are potentially obligating 2 generations of New Haven residents on a deal that it's not even clear as to some of the aspects. A contract means when it's in writing, you're stuck with it. You don't go back and negotiate things. You end up in court maybe because there's a disagreement. So the time to get it right is now. There should be no questions that don't have answers, including how do we get out of this if we want to? How does the other guy get out of it? As far as eminent domain, I don't know if the lawyer is still here. I did some quick legal research to see if a city can even delegate its power of eminent domain. I'm not sure it can, but I am sure it shouldn't be delegated to anyone. You're basically giving some private profit-making entity the power to take homes. And I did see somewhere in the airport's materials
1 minute.
They wanted it in case there were homeowners that still weren't satisfied with all their efforts. So eminent domain should be out. In terms of mitigation, Fairhaven Heights are impacted. We get no mitigation. I'm told we're not even in the zone. As far as needing future FAA approvals, as we know, federal law prevails and the FAA is there for airports and not for the residents of New Haven. So basically, I'm running out of time. There are more points to make, but you're here to protect everybody's interests, not just the private entity. People have raised serious concerns. People with real expertise have raised good questions and they have not gotten answers. This contract is not ready for approval. It needs a lot more work. That doesn't mean it won't get there one day, but unless you stop and balance the interests here and ask the tough questions and wait till you get the answers, including the studies, it should not be approved. Postpone the vote. Don't marry in haste and repent at leisure.
Wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I see that, well, our next person was promoted, and then, oh, there she is, Gabriella Madison.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kane. Ms. Madison, your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Campos. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I live at 44 Stewart Street and have lived here for about a decade. Previous to that, I lived in Fairhaven and have been very involved in the city in the past. I wanted to clarify a few points that were said that we can go back on the record and see that are half-truths. When Mr. Scanlon spoke, he spoke about people supporting this this proposal, and we have seen him backtrack on that when we did the community meeting. And also we can see from the people that spoke that the people in New Haven don't approve of this, don't agree with it, have a lot of questions about it, yet people in in Hamden, in Clinton, in Branford, and West Hartford, which is where I lived for a long period of time, approve of this. And yet they're not here with us. They're not part of our neighborhood. They're not choosing to live here. The person from Clinton, he spoke about Silicon Valley. I had the opportunity to visit there. They use light rail. And that is, one of my other neighbors stated that that was a great idea. And I agree with him. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. We're here to talk about a lease. We're all familiar with leases. We've either had one for an apartment or for a car, right? And so we're required on that lease to pay a certain amount of money every period of time. When you lease something, no one's giving you money to be there. But that's yet what we've been doing with Tweed for 20 plus years. If you look at their financials, every year they get over $1 million for their staff costs alone. And that comes from us, the taxpayers. It's not just an East Shore issue or a Fairhaven issue or a Heights issue. This is everybody in the city, everybody in the state. It's subsidizing something that doesn't really benefit them. The majority of the people that are paying for this aren't benefiting from this. Public land should be for public benefit. If you and I have a lease for something and we don't pay for it, that lease is ended. If we have a car and we don't pay for that, it gets taken away. The repo man comes and tows it away. Thank you. And so if we know what a contract is supposed to be like, I would say that it's very clear that in the past 22 years under Avport, that the airport has done nothing but get into more and more debt and cause a bigger burden for us. Not only that, but they're injuring permanently the health of everybody in the city, including across the water in the hill and across the river on the other side of the Quinnipiac into Fairhaven and downtown, because it's a 2-mile radius that gets impacted negatively by the fumes from the airport. And I beg you as a resident, as a mother, to look at this and really consider the facts that you would not be allowed to keep a lease under these terms if it were for a personal lease. Therefore, it makes no financial sense and no legal sense that we should continue with something that has not been profitable, that only puts us in the hole and that hurts everybody. Thank you so much for your time and for the opportunity to speak. I have also given additional document for Alder DeColo's question on real estate. I just sent it. I am a licensed realtor and it does impact real estate values. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Campos, for your testimony this evening. Moving right along to the next person testifying.
Madam Chair, I see that Christopher Zurcher has been promoted. Christopher Zurcher, please unmute and turn on your camera, please. Christopher Zurcher, third.
Oh, yeah, I have to go.
There you go.
Okay, hi, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. If you're able to turn on your camera, we would like to see you as well.
Oh.
There you are.
Here we go.
Okay.
Hi.
Good evening. You're gorgeous. Fixing the hair.
Thank you
Your
so
name
much.
and address for the record, please.
You're all gorgeous too. Christopher Zurcher. I live at 425 Lighthouse Road in New Haven.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for the opportunity. I was struck by one person's testimony representing, he was representing the public health department or something at Yale. And I was just stunned to hear somebody who's working for public health supporting the expansion of an airport, knowing the effects of the noise and all sorts of other pollution on public health. And I'd like to express my kudos to Alders Festa and Hurd in asking about, what businesses will benefit from the expansion. And basically from this lease, I mean, I heard biotech and Alexion and Avport and Novello, of course, but you know, somebody said they're going business to business to business, you know, and I just like to see a list of those businesses. I had to laugh at the comment that since the airport's not doing well, we need to invest tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in it. I'm no economist, but or finance expert for that matter, but to believe that Tweed depends, you know, the success of Tweed depends on the upgrade of its facilities just sounds a bit pie in the sky to me and a bit speculative. It's imaginative, but I think it's also a lot of speculation. And I think the board really needs to think on that one. So I just have a couple more notes. I was surprised also to hear the term sustainable development in relation to, you know, this lease agreement.
1 minute left.
Is that 1 minute?
1 minute left.
Yes, sir.
You know, we're the stewards of the land. You know, Tweed's not stewards of the land. We're stewards of the land. That's why the public is here tonight. You know, they're stewards of business interests, yes, and there's nothing wrong with that, but you're also damaging the environment and the neighborhood. We need accountability before we make this decision, because if we don't, we could make a huge mistake. And if we don't stop basing all of our airport decisions based on expansion, then we're going to run out of the very things that you're all asking about. We need to get some good economists in here to look at this proposal, this lease agreement. Weight restrictions. If you Google airline weight restrictions and runway length, they're going to be able to land those full planes on the runway at 6,600, but they're not going to be able to take off with those weight, you know, with those full planes.
Time to wrap up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, while we wait for the next member of the public to be promoted, it's worth reminding people who are in attendance that if they wish to testify, they can push the raise hand feature. And if they're on their phones, I believe it's *6 that one presses in order to raise their hand. And so people still have the ability to do that. Or they can email public testimony at newhavenct.gov. I see that Lisa Bassani has been promoted.
Good evening, Lisa. Welcome. May we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Lisa Bassani, 11 Nelson Street. I am also a Morris Cove resident, homeowner here for 12 years. Also, I was present for the community sessions that Sean and the mayor have hosted in our neighborhood. The one on Thursday, mind you, a few days before school starts, not an ideal time, still had 100 people come out. And I thank the alders, I should say, for coming and hearing what we had to say. But if you were there, or for the benefit of people who weren't there are so many unanswered questions that it's frankly an embarrassment that this is being put before you to vote on something with so many unanswered questions. Now let's go through them. Community benefits agreement. In my mind, a community benefits agreement, which let's just be clear that no substantial development in this city moves forward without a real community benefits agreement. We all know that. We can agree on that. Okay. So this doesn't exist. First, to have a real community benefits agreement, you have to take the time to quantify the impacts to the neighborhood. That has not been done. You all know that because the environmental assessment is not done. The studies that Sean is promising are not done. We don't know if they'll ever be done, but he's telling us they're going to be done. We're going to love them. So that quantification of impacts has not been done. And then secondly, there has been no good faith negotiation with this neighborhood. Now, to claim that a few dollars that are in this agreement that I think my neighbor Anthony really put well, I mean, you're really talking about peanuts. When it comes down to brass tacks, a few $1 million that they're going to throw at us, where they're not even delineating, frankly, what's going to East Haven and what's going to New Haven. So let's set that aside too. There's another unanswered question. Okay, we'll set that one aside too. Moving along to other unanswered questions. The project labor agreement. Have you all seen it? I haven't seen it. Okay, so we don't have that either.
1 minute left.
Okay, I'm moving along. And then the mitigation there, again, we don't have a sense of whether the money that's coming that they're telling us for mitigation is coming over 1 year, 5 years, the length of the lease, 43 years. That matters too. And I'll close with this, which is the elephant in the room, which a few people have mentioned, but this is an incredibly flood-prone area. So the fact that the lawyer didn't know that is kind of laughable, frankly, but it's the highest risk flood zone area, okay, according to FEMA, and it is also projected to be underwater by 2050. This neighborhood deals with significant and constant flooding. Just after the community meeting in July, our fire department was bailing out the terminal. This will be happening in the future. Who's going to pay those costs when you disrupt the wetlands in an already flood-prone area to expand the development? So I'll just close with this. I want to thank Alder Festa and Alder Hurt for asking really good questions because they were on the money. There are too many unanswered questions for this to be before you, for you to really evaluate this deal. It's not fair to New Haven. It's not fair to this neighborhood. And it certainly shouldn't be in front of you, but the fact that it is suggests that you have an obligation to
wrap up.
Thank you. Or simply just postpone the vote on this until the questions that this neighborhood has raised, which are valid, have been answered. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa, for your testimony. We appreciate you. Next on our list.
Madam Chair, Rachel Hirima has been promoted.
Hi, Rachel. Good evening. First unmute, then may we have your name and address for the record, please?
Hi. I'm not sure why I'm showing up as Rachel Harima. I think I might have needed some help being added to the meeting, but my name is Nora Heafy, and my address is 430 Humphrey Street in New Haven. Thanks
Ms., can you say, I'm sorry to interrupt you, can you say your last name again?
Heafy, H-E-A-P as in Paul, H-Y.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for promoting me so late in the night. And I mostly want to just echo what all of my fellow New Haveners have said, particularly my former high school teacher, Tony Criscolo. It was very surprising that in the presentations at the beginning of this, when talking about environmental impact assessments, none of the presenters had anything to say about the risks of current and future climate change. A lot was said about how this is a project with a 43-year lease term. So we're looking at like roughly 2064, at which point I could conceivably have grandchildren, and most of the people with any power over this project will be retired. They will, firms like Goldman Sachs will profit in the short term and be experiencing none of the long-term consequences of this project. And the proposal as it stands is completely blind to the fact that FEMA and NASA are nearly certain that Tweed Airport and much of the East Shore in Fairhaven is going to be completely underwater by 2050. And so it seems to me incredibly irresponsible to go forward as if that's all going to work itself out somehow, and as if it is not the case that hurricanes and storm surges are going to get worse every year. I think that the context of this meeting would be a little bit different if last week's hurricane had trended just a little bit more to the left and many Connecticut residents were still without power. And if Goldman Sachs, of which Avports is a subsidiary, has a plan to cease all of their financing of the fossil fuel development projects that will put Tweed underwater, I would really like to hear about it. And I think if the past year has proved anything, it's that climate change as an issue that our city faces has moved far beyond the realm of environmental impact assessment, sustainability plan.
1 minute.
And what we actually need to be doing now is investing an unprecedented amount of climate resilient infrastructure. And instead, what we have on the table is a really costly fossil fuel project that is basically guaranteed to fail due to rising sea levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora, for your testimony this evening. Is there another?
I believe the next person is being promoted as we speak.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I see that Leslie Blateau has been promoted.
Okay. Good evening, Leslie. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Leslie Blateau at 410 Greenwich Avenue in New Haven, Ward 5. I'll be honest, I have not been following this very closely, but I tuned in tonight to learn, and I stand with my fellow New Haven residents to ask the alders to find out more information and slow the approval on this project. Some of the basic reasons I'll reiterate that other folks raised. The airport is on a coastal floodplain. It's going to be underwater by 2050. Increased health risks for children, especially with asthma. I have a young child myself. We know that asthma affects children in New Haven. I'm a teacher. Many of my students, high school students, are struggling with asthma and it interferes with their ability to learn. We know that there are issues with dangerous noise levels. I was just at Fort Worcester Park on Townsend Avenue yesterday and was taken aback by some of the sounds of the planes flying over. And this would only stand to increase. And, you know, let's be real here. Literally all of the supporters are suburbanites. I mean, this is something that you as alders must take note of. Why are the suburbanites, you know, and I'm not even talking Hamden, I'm talking West Hartford, Clinton. Why are they supporting this? And why the vast majority of New Haveners opposing this? We'll leave it there. And then New Haven is supposed to be a city that stands out for its innovation and for its progressive values. Why are we not doubling down on a Green New Deal and joining a Green New Deal movement? Rather, we're moving backwards, investing in a fossil fuel project. It really is upsetting to me when I hear that Goldman Sachs is involved. Red alert. Alder Marchand, with respect, I know that you know what Goldman Sachs is about because I know of your support for labor, Alder Hurt as well. So we should really, my antenna is up that I heard Goldman Sachs stands to profit from this. And I respect the work of the Board of Alders. And I'm really hoping that you can listen to New Haveners and New Haven Public School grad, Adrienne Huck, who I learned from. She was a part of me. They were my student. I learned from them about the dire climate crisis that is facing us. And, you know, investing in this airport is not the right move for our city. Appreciate the time this late in the night. Thank you for your work, folks.
Thank you, Leslie, for your testimony this evening.
Madam Chair, Lynn
sir.
Bonnet has been promoted.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. So I sent in testimony last night.
Okay.
It wasn't received. So I resent it now. I didn't realize that it hadn't gone through, but you'll see the date was yesterday. So
okay.
Anyway, I thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name's Lynn Bonnet. I live at 675 Townsend Avenue in New Haven on Raynham Hill, which overlooks the north end of the airport. And thank you, Alders Festa, Hurt, and Morrison for your comments. I was heartened that you were really taking this seriously and asking for the what if questions and what kind of oversight can the board have moving forward. I firmly believe that a 43-year agreement with these entities with no oversight is not a good idea. And I vehemently kind of oppose that situation. So however it works out, that there is some kind of board oversight, I would really welcome it. So my comments were, Senator Looney, who represents our neighborhood, had suggested a study comparing Tweed to Sikorsky, which is nearby. It's another regional airport, I think. Whatever, I was wondering if that study was ever done or what happened to that idea. But for those people that really want something closer than Hartford or New York City, Sikorsky could be a viable option. I don't know why it's not being explored. I'm glad that the insurance is finally being addressed. When I looked at the agreement and saw that general liability insurance was the bare minimum for an organization, I was going, whoa, who's paying for these cars that get flooded out in the parking lot? And so that definitely needs to be beefed up. But I think that, basically, I feel like the transparency is missing, that this agreement is missing important parts that people would like to know. And I ask that you not agree to sign it until this information is supplied in some way that gives people a chance to comment. And all I can say about the debt. So New Haven's in debt. They have to pay back this $20 million.
1 minute left.
And lately we've witnessed what happened with Afghanistan and how we got sucked into a 20-year commitment all along, saying, well, we have to keep putting more money in because we need to build up their army. We need to do this, we need to do that. And the end result was that none of that worked. So to me, this is like an Afghanistan moment for the airport. What are we going to do? We're going to pour more money in so we'll have a massive debt, or is there actually a viable chance that it will make money at our expense? Actually, I have to say, our health and well-being. But thank you. I'm done.
Okay,
So
thank you, Ms. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just sent my testimony when you didn't read my name off, so I don't know if you can still accept it or not, but.
Oh, yes, indeed. We surely can still accept your testimony. And thank you for speaking with us now. And we will keep your testimony for the that you sent it. Thank you. Next person, Vice Chair Marchand or Mr. Lucas?
Madam Chair, as Mr. Lucas promotes the next person, I would just note for the record that there are 6 people left in the queue that I can see. And I would remind people attending this Zoom meeting that they can signify that they wish to testify by raising their hand or pushing *6 if they're joining us by phone. And I see that Melissa Mason has been promoted.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Marchand. Good evening, Ms. Mason. Can you unmute and your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Melissa Mason, 165 Cohary Drive. And good evening again. So Madam Chair, Vice Chair. So I'm coming here as the Executive Director of New Haven Works, located at 205 Whitney Avenue. And we are excited, and we have been excited to partner with Tweed New Haven as well as Avello, particularly around jobs. So what we are expecting is that the expansion would bring more jobs to New Haven residents. And of course, as you know, jobs are critical to our mission as New Haven Works, and as I know, the Board of Alders agenda as well. And so we've been working in collaboration with Tweed and the airports to identify candidates that we can match to current and potential openings. We're going to be partnering with them on a career fair September 10th that we're encouraging community partners and residents interested in these opportunities to attend. We also are working to establish a partnership agreement that will include priority measures for New Haven residents who apply and qualify for opportunities with AvPorts. And we've also since met with Avello and have begun to source New Haven residents for flight attendant and other roles with the airline. So I just wanted to share a little bit about what our kind of discussions have been with with the operator. And so we are in support of the airport's expansion. And yes, it will bring more visitors to the city, but also we're looking forward to it helping to increase economic development, both directly and through good jobs, but also indirectly by fostering further job creating economic activity. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for speaking. Thank you. Moving right along.
Madam Chair, I see that Anne Marie Rivera Barrios has been promoted.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record. Oops, you went off camera, I think.
Yeah, I have something I need to read. So my name is Anne Marie Rivera Barrios. I live at 19-21 Chester Street in New Haven. Okay, so I'm open and willing to listen to any and all opportunities for improving our city. But tonight I've heard nothing to listen to. The flooding in the area where I live has increased significantly, and so has the area near the airport. Keeping the most recent storms in mind and the flooding, how could we take that into consideration? There's major risks. You say there's 100 jobs, but yet there's one job currently posted on the new airline website. I wonder where the jobs are for the residents and what they will look like and who will they be offered to. The amount of noise, the increase of traffic, and the increase in dumping of garbage in our area by passersby has increased. The planes are getting lower and lower, flying over my garage and backyard, but yet no one has come to my home or my area to speak to any of us about any of our concerns. I wonder why. And yes, we have attended meetings. The airport is currently here now, and yet I don't see any improvements with helping the residents. Why would that change later? I also wonder about the increase in airline and the airplanes flying in the future, and the planes flying over oil tanks. Kind of makes you wonder. My family deserves better than to have their health and safety put at risk. So I ask you, please, to vote no tonight and reconsider. 40, 44, 50 years, whatever it is. It's a very long time. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie, for your testimony this evening.
Madam Chair, Julia McFadden has been promoted.
Good evening, Julia. Welcome, and your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Julia McFadden. I'm at 818 Townsend Avenue. Just a few points I want to make. Basically, that the environmental concerns that people have been expressing, as well as the economic benefits that are hoped to be gained, are intricately linked with each other. And we have an opportunity at this moment to really take a very progressive stand on understanding the relationship between economy and environment. Yesterday, August 29th, marked the 90th anniversary that the airport first opened in 1931. At that time, things were quite a bit different. And we were in the midst of a depression. People were just starting to become car owners. The situation is that this airport is located with constraints that it'll never overcome to become the type of economic driver that we've heard from a few people that they hope that it will become. It's very much wishful thinking that a small increase here in this airport is going to be a driver that will support biotech industry's expansion and continue to bring, I guess, the type of people to New Haven Health that several folks spoke about this evening. What COVID has shown us is that, in fact, physical transportation across distance is not going to be as critical to businesses flourishing as it has in the past. So I don't think that that is a necessary aspect to economic growth for the region. There was also a comparison made to New Haven wanting to be like or compete against places like Silicon Valley and Cambridge, again, because of the biotech industries and the businesses, and that we could do better by getting this airport up to speed, but it'll never be at the size that will compete with those. And we can do better. We can show how we can thrive by not capitulating to short-term gains and become a very progressive environmental steward of the area.
1 minute left.
I want to then secondarily reiterate what several people have noted is that 5 million is extremely low to do much of anything that will be of benefit. It was mentioned 1.5 million for noise and 1.5 million for traffic. 1.5 million for noise means maybe 60 homes will get $25,000 in improvements. 1.5 million in traffic, I don't even know what that could possibly do. That goes very short way, put a few speed bumps in, but certainly not beautify the route to and from the airport. And initially I was concerned about kind of traffic on Townsend, but as I understand that route is considered the short-term route to the airport, and that 3 years when the terminal is moved, the route will be through East Haven. If there's only 1.5 million for traffic mitigation, it should all go to East Haven, as much as I would like to see improvements on Townsend, which is already in very bad traffic.
Time to wrap up.
And I'll repeat again, just a lot of unanswered questions, the community benefits, how they're done, why we don't have the environmental studies now. And that's, I will end my comments now then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McFadden, for your testimony this evening.
I will remind members of the public who are joining us this evening that if they wish to testify, they should push the raise hand feature on the Zoom, or *6 if they're on their phone, or email publictestimony@newhavenct.gov. I see that Lee Cruz has been promoted.
Good evening, Mr. Cruz. Your name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Lee Cruz. I reside at 29 Clinton Avenue. I've been a resident of New Haven since the early 1980s. I am also co-chair of the Fairhaven Community Management Team. For anyone who is unfamiliar, Fairhaven is a nearby neighborhood with a high incidence of asthma. To be clear, we know that pollution of the type that will be increased by the expansion of the airport is not a cause of asthma. However, increased pollution does negatively impact children, elderly, and those who suffer from asthma. In addition, I serve as co-chair of the Equity and Environmental Justice Committee of the Governor's Council on Climate Change for the state of Connecticut. I have 2 points to bring to your attention. One, among others, G3C, Governor's Climate Change Council recommendations to the governor, transportation emissions should be cut at least 29% below 2014 levels by 2030 in order to meet state climate goals. 2, 81% of voters say it is important for the state to reduce climate change pollution and increase clean public transportation options. The cited recommendation and the poll are inconsistent with a plan to expand an airport that is 100 miles or less from 3 international airports and at least 2 regional airports. We should be making increased rail and electric bus investments to interconnect the cities in our region and to expedite travel to any one of the nearby airports. Thank you. I will provide the testimony in writing, and it will include a link to the report that we made to the governor, so that you will have that as a part of the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz, for your testimony this evening. Have a good evening.
Madam Chair, I see that Lorena Venegas has been promoted.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Vice Chair of the Finance Committee and members gathered here tonight, along with the residents of New Haven. I'm glad that some East Haven residents did provide some written testimony, so I want to make sure that you also read that as well. I also entered a 4-page testimony, including information on asthma in the New Haven County area, a report.
Excuse me, Lorena. May I interrupt you for one moment? I would just like you to give your full name and your address for the record, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My first name is Lorena. My last name is Venegas, Venegas, and my address is 73 George Street in East Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you so much. So I wanted to point 2 sections of the lease contract itself. If we could go to Exhibit D, page 27, that includes some of the noise mitigation that has been gone through tonight. It's in a draft format right now. So what that means is that we don't know how this is going to end up. But in it, it really tells the story that when all else fails, the East Haven side is left as a commuter parking lot. And that's really concerning to me, because in East Haven, we don't have transparency and we don't have communication. And even though I've tried to go to every Tweet Authority meeting, economic development meeting, and had an email chain with Sean Scanlon, there are primary documents that I have not been privy to, including an economic analysis of East Haven and an economic analysis of New Haven. This had led me down the path to try to figure out what are the relationships at play. And today I did forward to Sean the SCROG report. The Southern Connecticut Regional Council on Governments did a report in May of this year, May 2021, right around the time of when the expansion announcement was done. The report contains a very important paragraph, and it says that the runway safety improvements at Tweed New Haven Airport allow for improved freight utilization at the airport. SCROG staff will work with the Airport Authority, the Town of East Haven, and City of New Haven to evaluate potential increased freight operations to reduce congestion on the region's interstates and provide timely delivery of goods and food products to the region. What this says as a lay person in the community is that every single meeting that I went to where Mayor Elliker and Sean Scanlon said that freight was not a question and we shouldn't worry about that because it's not in the plan now, I'm worried. I'm worried because this is in writing since May and they didn't tell us this at all. I also want to make sure that we point out that Tropical Storm Elsa did result in the Tweed terminal being flooded and that the fire department had to sump pump that out. I want to see some Avport's due diligence. And I want to make sure that we ask Sean for all the primary documents, including some that might be in those executive sessions that we're not privy to. Including tonight, I was a little bit shocked with Mr. Ellis's statements being on the authority. He knows that we are missing primary documents as the public. I also want to remind you that in 1991, you forgot to ask Mike Biscatelli what went wrong. How come the curve trended down? The reason why the curve trended down is because the state of Connecticut had tax incentives that were too, it didn't build out business good enough. So what happened is other states like North Carolina had tax incentives. And guess what? Our Yale jobs and our biotech and pharma jobs left the state of Connecticut. They went on those planes and they didn't return. They built Research Triangle Park.
Time to wrap up.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I hope that we get those primary documents to create the transparency that we're looking for, because last week we were told those breakouts of the noise, traffic, and beautification.
Time to wrap up, Ms. Venegas.
Yep, but we need those primary documents first before you sign any lease. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Venegas.
Madam Chair, I see that Kevin Butterbaugh has joined the panel.
Good evening, Kevin. May we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good evening, everybody. Thanks for your time this evening. My name is Kevin Butterbaugh. I live at 222 Lighthouse Road in New Haven. I'm going to start off with a reaction to several of the things that have spoken tonight, and then I'm going to move into my actually prepared testimony. First of all, my house was just recently appraised. It was dinged because I'm within a mile of the airport. Being close to an airport detracts from your value. It does not enhance it. 2, American Airlines is leaving Tweed. They are not currently selling tickets after September. If we have such high demand, why is one of the airlines leaving? 3, Avelo Airlines is a seriously undercapitalized airline. It has already canceled 4 routes this summer, starting in July, and 2 of the routes have been canceled before they even flew. Moreover, because it's undercapitalized, it flies very old aircraft. They average almost 15 years in age. These are extraordinarily loud compared to the new and modern aircraft that might come instead. Next, $5 million in benefits for the community over 40 years is a mere $125,000 a year to 2 towns, East Haven and New Haven. This is a paltry pittance for the amount of pollution and other things that we will be burdened with. $125,000 over 40 years. That's per year. This is nothing when you think about it. Now I'm going to move into the rest of my testimony. We've heard tonight, I think the intent is, the intent of Mr. Scanlon and our mayor is, but we don't know what the intent of Avports is. And this agreement gives Avports the right to use condemnatory authority from the city of New Haven. One of the first things they're likely to do is have to create new safety zones. In order to increase the runway length, they are going to pave the current safety zones. The FAA is likely to come back and say you're flying bigger, heavier aircraft. We need new ones. That means they must leave the current footprint of the airport. They will need condemnatory power. In order to mitigate noise, the FAA distinctly says on their own website, taking properties is a way to reduce noise. If they can't do it any other way, they take your house. Lastly, Rhode Island had a case just last year dealing with Westerly's airport, taking easements from property owners so they could go at will and change the properties of those individual houses, cut trees, change antennas, whatever they believed was in the way. We are likely to see this. Next, it will be built in a floodplain. Once it is built, Goldman Sachs is going to ask you all to protect their investment. If you protect their investment, my neighborhood gets flooded. This is going to come no matter what we want to do. Lastly, on freight, the SCROG, as Ms. Villegas said, in May's meeting, talked about using the longer runway and the heavier weights allowed to increase freight traffic. Freighters fly in at all times of the day, including late at night. The intent of Mr. Scanlon might not be to have late night flights, but when Amazon is flying in, they will be landing at night. And our own our own regional council wants more freight coming out of Tweed. I ask you to reconsider this. When you are asked to rush a decision by somebody, you should really ask, why am I being rushed? What's up with the game when you are pushing so hard that I got to rush this through? This is a 43-year commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony this evening.
Madam Chair, I see that Andrew Inorio has been promoted.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair and distinguished members. My name is Andrew Inorio. I reside at 11 Demeter Drive in East Haven. I would like to first mention that it has been said over and over about what is being proposed to vote on upon this meeting. And Mr. Scanlon and Mr. Piscatelli have only suggested that you're voting on the amended lease for the airport and not any master plan currently. I represent 600 union laborers who work across the state. Over half of them reside in the area. Our union hall is in the East Haven Industrial Park. The proposed project is to be built under a project labor agreement. This will promote local hiring of East Haven and New Haven residents, along with the recruitment of local and disadvantaged members of the community into apprenticeships with the opportunity not only for a job, but a career within the trades. Our mayors have done their due diligence to get the best deals for their constituents. In East Haven, it has been proposed that an enterprise zone will range all the way to Route 80 as an economic benefit that is far greater than just the airport's neighborhood. I'm in support of any person from the surrounding neighborhoods trying to protect themselves and their families, and I think everybody has concerns that they should continue to discuss with you people. They're trying to educate us on and bring economic development to the area that will lead to good jobs for our friends, neighbors, and colleagues to build this airport and bring it into the 21st century. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony this evening.
Madam Chair, I see that Bob Bergner has been promoted.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That's not my picture, is it?
No.
There we go. There I am.
Good
Thank you very
evening,
much,
sir. Your name and
Madam
address.
Chair and committee. My name is Bob Bergner. I live at 30 Linden Street in New Haven. So first of all, I want to support all my New Haven neighbors who have raised serious and important questions about this agreement. And if nothing else, I certainly urge you to not make any decisions before you have all the information. I did submit some testimony in writing yesterday through your email address. And I just want to say briefly that I'm particularly concerned that we never get to hear at these meetings from representatives directly associated with Avports or Avelo Airlines. Because although Mr. Scanlon and Mayor Elicker can say, well, we're not sure, or there's no plans to do this or that, there's no way that Avports is investing $70 to $100 million in Tweed New Haven Airport without a very specific idea of what they hope to bring forth. And it begs credulity to think that they're going to limit themselves to the 8 flights a day that they proposed so far, because as I said in my testimony, there's no possible way they could make a reasonable return on a $100 million investment based on 8 commercial airplane flights a day. So they must have something more than that in mind, or they wouldn't go to all the trouble. As I said in my testimony, Goldman Sachs could just take that same money and invest in their own hedge fund, and they'd make 10% a year. So they must have something in mind that makes it worth investing in something as risk intense as an airport in a floodplain. Thank you very much for listening to me this evening.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
You're very welcome.
Have a good night.
You too.
Madam Chair, I'm going to repeat my public service announcement that members of the public may indicate their desire to give testimony by pushing the raise hand button on their Zoom, or by pressing *6 on their cell phones, or by emailing public testimony at newhavenct.gov. And I see that our next person, Winfield Davis, is promoted.
Good evening, Mr. Winfield Davis. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Winfield Davis. I reside at 39 Beardsley Parkway in Trumbull. I am the executive director of the Town Green Special Services District in downtown New Haven. Located, our offices are at 900 Chapel Street. And I am here this evening representing the district, and our district is in support of the lease renewal for Tweed New Haven Airport. We do see significant economic benefit in increasing the flights, and I have certainly heard a lot of excitement about that in the business community around town, and certainly BioCT is right in the middle of our district, so we are very much so in support of the airport, and that is, I'll keep my comments very brief this evening. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for your testimony.
I like that. Please demote me.
Have no fear, Mr. Davis. Your demotion is nigh.
Thank you.
Next, we have two people left on the queue, and I am certain that our staff are attempting to promote one of them. And that should happen any moment. Rachel Hurima and Dana Walker are the two people I see in the attendees list whose hands are raised. Hopefully one of them will soon join us. There's a third. Okay. Well, hopefully one of them will join us here shortly. And here's another.
I see Mr. Davis is still on.
It's helpful to remind everybody in attendance that sometimes it takes a moment for these promotion demotion processes to work, but our staff are diligently working to make the transition. Madam Chair, I see that Jules Scanley has been promoted.
Thank you.
Okay, so Jules, can you hear me? Jules Scanley, 485 Lighthouse Road, New Haven, Connecticut. And first I want to say, wake up, stretch, breathe. This is a big deal, and it's late. So I've written testimony that I'll only refer to in brief. I'm speaking as a close neighbor of the airport. The noise is already too loud. The air pollution can be smelled every morning in other parts of the neighborhood. Implementing this lease will irrevocably damage the East Shore and East Haven. Airport lengthening will make the runway close to the length of the LaGuardia runway. Do you really want a LaGuardia in New Haven? I thank Bob Bergner for his comments and echo his opinion that their plans are probably huge and we need to know what they are. I want to thank Alders Morrison and Festa for several of your questions. From my reading of the lease, it appears that while you may be able to get updates, you will not be able to demand any changes to anything the airport is doing that appears to be wrong or need changing. And given my reading of the following section, I am dubious about Mr. Scanlon's comments about the regulatory and confirmatory processes required to allow cargo. One section of the lease reads, and it's Article 3, Section 3.1, Part C, subject to applicable law and any regulations promulgated thereunder, the authority shall have full power and authority over and complete discretion in the administration, maintenance, operation, management, control, and use of the leased premises. As far as I can see, Avports is being told they can do anything they want at this airport. It's a 43-year lease. We will not have recourse to change what they do. I think this lease should not be approved. And it says subject to applicable law. However, you may know that the FAA is exempt from many local laws and local regulations. Soundproofing and traffic calming are mitigation. They are not community benefits. Having to close your windows is not a benefit. And in the section that has mitigation measurements, the copy of the lease that is on the city website, it's a draft. It's not a complete statement. There are sections actually missing. And then the part where Mr. Scanlon said that the FAA will be very careful about noise, that what it says in the draft, it says these additional limitations, quote, may include the things that he listed. They are not obligated to do any of the things that he said about lessening noise. And as I said, Exhibit D is a draft. It includes the part about wetlands. It should not be accepted as a draft. And in that, it should say about the wetlands mitigation, who will do it, what qualifications they have, who will monitor it, and how often the establishment of the created wetlands will be assessed. And I want to say again that it's on a floodplain. And then
Time to wrap up.
what's the city really on the hook for financially? In my written testimony, there is a lot about how much it actually costs for roads and things like that. It's not just getting off the hook for the city subsidy. There's a lot of costs that are involved.
Time to wrap
Thank
up.
you. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Scanley, for your testimony this evening, sir.
Madam Chair, I note that Rachel Harima has been promoted.
Okay.
Thank you and good evening. And thank you all for your patience and diligence tonight. My name, Madam Chair and members of the committee and everyone on the call tonight. My name is Rachel Harima and I live at 425 Lighthouse Road in New Haven. Grateful for the opportunity to speak. I ask that the board vote no on this proposed 43-year lease agreement. I have deep concerns about many aspects of this agreement and the harmful impacts of the proposed airport construction and expansion over the term of the whole 43-year lease. But tonight I want to dive deeply into the water issues. So I urge you to postpone the approval of this Tweed lease agreement until after a stormwater engineering analysis is conducted, whether that's in the context of an environmental assessment or separately by the city engineer or whatnot. Currently, this analysis is scheduled as part of the FAA required environmental assessment, which is too late in the process for public review. Given that Tweed Airport is on a coastal floodplain, we need to do that before signing off on 43 years of operations. Significant storms and floods are predicted to continue and expand through climate disaster. As was mentioned earlier, FEMA and NOAA predict the airport to be flooded by 2050, and yet the airport has no coastal resilience plan. The 2018 citywide climate and sustainability framework strangely makes zero mention of this critical and vulnerable city asset. There is no data out there to support the authority's verbal assertions that the East Haven terminal and the newly paved parking lots will be designed to address flooding and storms. A lot of verbal stuff, nothing in writing yet. And then while these things are predicted by 2050, the privatization deal runs to 2064. So then what do we have here? There will be at least 8 additional 5-year airport master plans during the term of this 43 years. A reasonable person must conclude that Avports is planning to raise up and perhaps further extend the runway, raising on-site airport roads and buildings, and perhaps setting up freight over the course of the next 43 years in order to stay ahead of the projected sea level rise and to promote their profits. So what does this mean to New Haven taxpayers? And I thank you for your patience with me as I do this. It's so late in the evening. Well, every time that Tweed receives a grant from the FAA, the city of New Haven must act as a guarantor. If Tweed secures a $20 million FAA program grant to raise the runway, say 10 years from now, the city promises in writing to keep the airport operational for the following 20 years. It's a standard aspect of these FAA program grants. So we need to look beyond the tight focus of this 5-year master plan to the major impact of a 43-year term of lease and future eminent domain, not in the 5 years, but over 43 years with these threats of storm level rise and these unpredictable aspects. And yes, it may not have been done in the past, but it's doable now. Eminent domain is doable now because of the judicial overturn of the state law that limited expansion of the airport. Otherwise, we're coming to a time when we will be forced.
Time to wrap up.
Okay, thank you. One more sentence. We will be forced to keep Tweed Airport afloat, both literally and operationally, with continued grant after grant after grant. So I thank you for your time and this powerful evening, and grateful for your sincere deliberations tonight. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Rachel, for your public testimony this evening. Have a blessed night. Alder Marchand, do we have maybe 2 or 3 people more? I think you said.
I think the last person whose hand was raised has now been promoted, Kat Calhoun.
Okay. Hi.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
My name is Kat Calhoun. I live at 288 Eastern Street, except Google doesn't know where that is. We have put a butterfly garden at what Google thinks is 288 Eastern Street, so you can find that. I am also the chairperson of the Quinnipiac East Management Team. We have looked into data about Tweed and made a resolution, which has been provided to you as our testimony, asking that any committees, the Board of Alders, et cetera, delay a decision on this, or if you have to vote yes or no, then it would be a vote no, but delay the decision until more data are completely understood, as we've been hearing this evening. For me personally, as a citizen in the community, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Tweed, because that's how I came to New Haven the first time. So I appreciated American Airlines coming in here. However, during COVID, living in Fairhaven Heights area, I noticed an incredible increase in jet traffic over our area and low flying. I was very surprised. Then I learned about the Tweed expansion plans. Coming from California, where environmental concerns are taken very, very seriously and heavily, my understanding is generally a complete environmental impact report for the duration, for the estimated duration of the project should be done before contracts are signed. And we don't have that. And it's a wetlands area, and you've heard many things about that, so I'm not going to belabor that. As has been said, 43 years is a long time for a lease. And eminent domain, in my opinion, from having worked on high voltage electric transmission projects in California, eminent domain is a last resort, and the government entity that has the power of eminent domain should absolutely try anything and everything else first. Never give it away. And that's what I feel is being offered at this time.
1 minute left.
Okay. So my request as a citizen and also from the Quinnipiac East Management Team as chair is delay your decision on this, or if you must vote quickly, vote no. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and alders and everyone present.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun, for your testimony.
Madam Chair, I'll just note that I don't see any people indicated in the list who want to speak, but that doesn't mean that the staff don't have somebody on their list. And so unless Mr. Lucas or Mr. Hayden tells us that the list is empty, we should wait to see if a new person is promoted.
Okay.
And while that is in process, I'll just remind members of the public that if they wish to testify, they can push the raise hand button in the Zoom or *6 on your cell phone, or email publictestimony@newhavenct.gov.
No, we have no one else.
Okay.
Okay. So,
perhaps, Madam Chair, we should hear from the city and the proponent.
Would that be in the form of Mr. Gormany?
Madam Chair, I believe if the proponent, which would be Mr. Piscatelli, Mr. Scanlon, and the team, have anything they wish to say in response to what they've heard, they may. Otherwise, we can go into questions from colleagues.
I think, Madam Chair, members of the committee, to the general public, I think we would just want to first start expressing a high level of appreciation and gratitude for the amount of time people have taken to wrestle with the issue, quite frankly. Many people who spoke have a long history and the challenge associated with Tweed Airport. Others, new to the conversation, are raising issues that are extremely important, like how we're addressing the climate emergency. I don't think it's appropriate for us to go point by point as much as to hear from committee members. There are a couple of things, though, that I think factually, we should just, for clarity and provide a little bit of context, we should discuss. And I'll start and then I'll offer up for the rest of our team to talk through some things. First, as it relates to some of the issues concerning public health, there is a lot of shared value there, and we wrestle with it, right? We've had to do an expansion of I-95, trying to figure out what to do with rail yard. We had a long and extended conversation about what to do with trash and household waste. I still find it troubling how much household waste we are allowing to ship to other states and just look away from the problem. These are big issues that we're wrestling with. But I did want to clarify that the master plan and that process summarized a couple of things that were out there tonight. One was there was the first initial review of environmental considerations is required by the FAA. And that includes the air quality, biological resources, coastal, and that informs what the recommendations are. And then you move into the detailed dive of the environmental assessment, as Sean had suggested. So don't want the committee to walk away with the feeling there has been no environmental work done to date. It informed things like the need to move the terminal, which is in an area, it's a low spot, it floods, it has no setup for resiliency whatsoever. So it's very important that that be both known and addressed. There's also a significant amount of work on the economic analysis and trying to prove out the value of Tweed, which Sean mentioned. But if you read page 18 in your supplemental information on the master plan, it'll speak to the question, which certainly strikes at my heart as we've been trying to get air service into this facility. Why has air service declined so precipitously at this airport, particularly when we have an opportunity to grow? So I would just refer you to that rather than try to restate arguments that we've made a little bit here. In terms of the process and whether or not we are out of order, much like an interstate highway is governed by federal law, the DOT tells you to put tandem trailers there or not, that sort of thing. The FAA tells us the process for the master plan update and the environmental assessment, how that rolls forward. So the master plan has to be done, and then you move to the next step, which is the environmental assessment. I take fully what the comments made were like, boy, if the process was different, you should be doing this first. But that's prescribed, and it's very important that it's prescribed this way because the $5 million that's been referenced a number of times in today's conversation is a match and should be seen as complementary to things that the FAA and other federal partners will fund at airports around the country. So the noise study will be undertaken. A number of homes will be deemed eligible because they are within that noise contour, that sort of thing. Then there'll be a bunch that are not. And that's why we wanted to make sure that there was a fund available to help pick up some of the things that were not necessarily qualifying under the federal programs. The only other thing I wanted to just call out right now, and other people may have different things, is there in no uncertain terms, we are not delegating a power of eminent domain to the authority. And the lease makes that very, very clear. And we walked it through earlier in the conversation today, but I think there was still a bit of lack of clarity, and there was some comments made that we are handing over a power that is rightly and dutifully in the hands of the Board of Alders, and that's in the ordinance. I should say the lease itself, not in the exhibit, let's say. And then the last point I wanted to make was just on the number of flights per day, and I think it is fair to say, and it's not in the city's interest that we stop at just the handful of Avelo flights. We do have a need to support the business traveler to provide more destinations than just Florida. Back when we did the runway safety area project, the forecasting was 30 departures per day. So you can see, we showed it on the chart, we talked about it extensively, the 4 Avelo flights, the potential and likely loss of American Airlines relative to where our community conversation has been, which is 30 departures has been a managed number that we were talking about way back from when we did the runway safety areas. And you can see just over time how much smaller our commercial footprint has been at this airport, and probably in many ways why Apport sees an opportunity here to really put some investment here, provide a terminal that's state-of-the-art, best in class, and gives us a sound footing and a welcome destination here in New Haven. So I'll stop there. I'm sure other team members may have some thoughts That's not a complete list on some of the comments that we heard, many of which were extremely meaningful and of shared value to us. But I'll turn it over to Sean to see if there's anything further that he caught.
Well, thank you, Mike. And I'll just be quick. As somebody who has another job that also requires him to sit through and hear a lot of public testimony, I really appreciate all of you being here tonight. And I know this is a really significant issue. And I really appreciate the questions from earlier and certainly from hearing from the public. And I really appreciate the public too. As I said earlier, I've been in this job for about 2 years. I have made it a personal mission of mine to get as much feedback as I can from the neighborhood. I've given out my cell phone number publicly. It was in the New Haven Register 2 days ago. I knock on doors. I've knocked on hundreds of doors in the neighborhood so far this summer. Now that COVID, at least for a while, was better, and now it's getting a little dicey again. But during the time that it was good early in the summer and up until the last couple of days, been out there every day almost trying to hear directly from people to get their feedback. I will tell you, a lot of people in the neighborhood support this airport. And there's a lot of people in the city who are very, very excited, not just about the flights, but also the job possibilities. There are a lot more than one job posted on the website right now. As Ms. Mason talked about, we're doing a lot of hiring. We'll be doing more hiring, and there's a jobs fair coming up on the 9th. So as I said the other day at the destinations announcement, we want this to be people's airport, the airport for New Haven, the airport that people can work at, fly to and from, and really enjoy what this is about. And I think that proposal that we've got today for the flights from Modelo is just the start of this, but the overall project I think is really, really exciting for not just New Haven, but for the entire region and for the state. And so I'll leave it there, and hopefully we'll get some questions and we can clear stuff up. But if not, just want to thank you again for your time tonight and thank the public for being here as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scanlon. Is there anyone else from your group that would like to chime in and speak at this time? Gentlemen?
Madam Chair, that'll conclude our comments, and thank you on behalf of our entire team. The extended time tonight does not go unnoticed, and we're available for any of your follow-on questions.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation this evening. And before we continue, I would like to ask if there is anyone else from the public that would like to speak on the item before us this evening. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak on the item before us this evening? And for a third time, anyone else from the public that would like to speak or give written or public testimony this evening?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion that we close the public section.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We won't be able to have Q&A with the city staff if we close the public hearing at this time.
Okay.
Which
I take that back then.
We don't want to do that. All right, we'll just, hearing none, we will just move on. Okay? No closing anything. Let's move on. I think I've asked 2-3 times if there's anyone else from the public that would like to speak and or give written testimony at this time. Hearing none, we will move on.
Well, Madam Chair, point of order, we will need to take that action at some point. But I think what you could do now is ask members of the committee if they have questions.
Yeah, that's where I was headed next.
Okay,
so
great.
Committee members, here's the opportunity for any follow-up question from our committee to the presenters this evening. And I'll go in the order as we are listed on our roster, okay? So that would mean Alder Marchand. Do you have a follow-up question?
Just one, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. It's really about the sequence of approvals that will be required over the course of time. This is an important moment, obviously, the potential approval of a lease extension and amendment. But as we heard, last week we had a city plan meeting where we were looking at a site plan, a coastal site plan, and a special permit related to temporary improvements to the airport. Other improvements to the airport will also need regulatory approvals from the town of East Haven and potentially from the city of New Haven as well. And so in terms of the environmental impact, can the staff say a few words about what other approvals are going to be required and what are the opportunities for public officials and members of the public to weigh in on the concerns they have about the physical improvements or changes that would be effected.
So Alder, I know it was a while ago and you probably don't have it off the top of your head, but in my presentation, I talked about the 5 steps. City plan was number 1, the board is number 2, number 3 is the environmental assessment. From the environmental assessment is the FONSI-ROD process through the FAA, and then the deep permitting process. And then if all of that goes well, the final step may be a subsequent approval somewhere along the line from New Haven regulatory bodies and definitely from East Haven regulatory bodies. So by my count, that's at least 4 more public entities that would have to weigh in on this at least. And of course, the full board of the Board of Alders as well. And many, many opportunities along those, what is probably 3 years in actuality of public feedback, public comment, reworking the application, mitigating anything that we find through the process of the EA, and of course, being responsive to the things that we're hearing from the community. Even if there's not a formal final vote, I have a very public job. The mayor has a very public job. Those who represent this neighborhood have very public jobs and are responsive to the needs of their constituents, and we're doing everything we can to be responsive to those needs, whether they come to us from politicians or whether they come to us from neighbors who call my cell phone and say, hey, Sean, can you help with this problem? So hope that answers your question, Alder.
Yes, thank you for that reminder, Executive Director Scanlon. And I could just say from my humble seat on the City Plan Commission that body, for one, takes very seriously its role in holding applicants to high standards for addressing environmental concerns for projects within our city borders. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alder Marchand. Moving right along, Alder Ernie Santiago, any additional questions?
No, yeah, yes, I just got a just clarification. I think I heard Mr. Piscitelli say that the fright thing and the eminent domain will be in the language in the contract. Was that correct? And that's never going to happen? Mr. Piscitelli, you there?
Alder, just to clarify, so the language on eminent domain, or we call it acquisition of property, is as it's stated in the proposed lease and the documents we've submitted to you, which you retain that power as the Board of Alders, but it's acknowledged that in the lease. The other comment was more contextual, just to provide some context as we've all struggled with how to make this airport self-sustaining. What are some of the figures we've thrown out over time? And that was one that was, the last time we had a big public dialogue, for lack of a better word, the goal was 30 commercial departures.
Okay, thank you. And I just got another comment. Maybe, hopefully I'm not wrong about this. I doubt that I'm wrong. But I want the people to know that we're not approving anything today. We send the recommendation to the full board. And, we could get the answers that we need by then. And if we don't get the answers, we could just vote no with the full board. Just so everybody knows, if we send this through, we're not approving nothing. We just send it to the full board for the full approval. And by then, hopefully, we'll get all the questions answered by the TUI airport. Thank you.
Okay, Alder Santiago. Alder DeCola, follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just have one follow-up question. With the issue of flooding, as they were all documenting 2050 about the airport being flooded, the question is, I've done some research on it. Is that flooding only on storm related, or is it going to be on a regular basis with tide going up and down? That's my question.
Alder DeCola, if my colleagues are okay, I'm happy to answer that question. The tide gates are an important part of the hydrology of this area. and certainly are important even now to prevent high water during high tides from going into the airport and, quite frankly, into the neighborhood, such as at the intersection of Concord and Morse Causeway. That's at about elevation 4, which is roughly a little less than elevation 4, which is a very high tide. The official state of Connecticut forecast is up to 20 inches of sea level rise in Long Island Sound by 2050. So we would expect to see that. And even though we would see that on a daily basis, the structure and operations of the tide gates are such that we would not see daily flooding in the neighborhood or in the airport. Would we see more water in the creek than we do now? Yes. But it would not reach elevation 4 due to the operation of the tide gates. So that piece of infrastructure, the tide gates, which is typically not reflected in the inundation maps that you see from FEMA and others, it is a really vital piece of infrastructure, particularly for the neighborhood and also for the airport. As a city engineer, my primary concern is to protect the neighborhood. The airport, I'd much rather see the airport flood, quite frankly, than the neighborhood and people's houses. So I think going forward, investment in the tide gates and investment in the hydrology of this area and of this basin is very important. And it's something that we want to see push forward through in this agreement and in all of our dealings with the airport going forward.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted that to get out there that the information our residents get are accurate, but they're not including in the maps our floodgates that change the whole dynamic of the flooding issues. So, and I know the airport authority and Apport are going to be working, I hope, as good partners to make sure those floodgates continue to operate at its best ability. One other thing I just want to add is, talking about eminent domain. I'm not happy with it. My wife's, just a little history here. My wife's grandfather's pig farm was taken in 1970 of eminent domain on South End Road when the airport was enlarged in 1970. Houses were moved in the area. So it's a very powerful word that this ward has really been affected by in 1970 with the moving of houses and eliminating of streets and certain other aspects. So I am really not happy with eminent domain. And I'm glad that one resident mentioned the anniversary date. Yes, it is September 29th, 1931, when the airport was donated by Mr. Tweed. He donated his farm to New Haven for an airport because he was an avid aviator. So I just want to give a little history why it was named Tweed, because he was the one that donated his farm. So it was wetlands, but it was mostly a farm in its day. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder DeCola. Follow up, Alder Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page in regards to government. So I know that people are all upset with the language of eminent domain being put in the agreement. But the reality is the governing body, if that's what's needed, even if that word was there or not, if that's what's needed for development of the city, we as a governing body can issue that. And I just want to make sure, we all understand that, because I know even in my community, when looking at different development, and if you got one person or one entity in the way of a huge development happening, that can happen. So I don't want people to get so caught up in language in the sense of just because you take that word away, that won't happen. Now, I know that, Sean and everyone has presented and said that this isn't something that they mean to, that they're looking to use. And I'm glad that they put the language in there to be very upfront, because the reality is, as Alder DeCola just talked about some history, I'm pretty sure that kind of language wasn't written, in any documents then when that happened. So that's something that we got to, keep in mind, even though, as we talk about, should it stay in the language or should it not? So I wanted to make sure that we're clear on that. And just I need Sean just to go over once again all the other checks and balances that after this piece, if this piece moves forward and the full board of alders agrees to this leasing agreement, all the other checks and balances, because I know sometimes we have to agree to one part in order to speak to the other part to say, look, we have the legislative body saying okay to this. Now we can go to the next step. But sometimes when you advance to the next step, you still don't got all your stuff in order and the deal falls. So Sean, if you can, or Michael, whoever wants to, but I know that you were in your testimony really speaking to all the different things that you have to go through after this. And if any one of those things don't pan out, basically all these other deals are dead in the water.
Yeah, so it's a great question, Alder. Again, happy to reiterate it from earlier. So if the board does decide to grant the authority the 43-year lease extension, the next step in the process, number 3 out of 5 in the list I talked about earlier, would be that the authority would then enter into a negotiation with ABPORS to determine what the relationship would be during those 43 years. And what I can assure you all of is, number one, that document is it will be a public document. It will have to be voted on by my board, which is comprised of people appointed by the mayors of New Haven and East Haven. And it will be a document that people will have a chance to review and weigh in on. And it's important to remember that while the exact contents of that document are not public right now because we haven't negotiated them, what will be a constant in them is that the city will still own the airport, the executive director will still be in this position, the board will still be in the position that they're in right now, and we will serve as a check on behalf of the public and the city who still owns the airport of ABPORS, and to make sure that they are doing things in keeping with what the community is looking for. And more importantly, if that is not good enough, the FAA is doing that because of something called a Part 139 certificate, which requires that they be doing things in accordance with all FAA guidelines and regulations. And so, I believe that you will see additional details should you guys choose to move forward on this and pass this through the full board. Once we get to that negotiation point with ABPORS, there will be additional measures that will come out that specify exactly what kinds of oversight there will be, and we will continue, engaging with the community to see what it is that they want. But I promise you, it will absolutely be there, and the authority will still be the authority, which is performing the same job it is today. ABPORS has been managing and running this airport for 22 years. Obviously, it's no secret I don't have a degree in aviation management. What I'm here for is to work with them to manage the airport, to make sure that they're doing all the right things, and to be a community liaison. They're the ones who are doing the work of actually managing the day-to-day operations of the airport. And they've been doing a very good job of doing that for 22 years. And I have no doubt that they wouldn't be doing the same for the next 43.
Thank you for that. And then lastly, I would say, with this process, if this does go through, I'm really looking forward to seeing and hearing about the agreements, the community agreements that take place to make sure that not just, as I said earlier, the community that's directly affected being given support, but those zones being expanded to areas that don't get the direct hit, but at the same time they're affected. And so, so I thank you for that information, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity for the follow-up.
Okay. You're welcome, Alder Morrison. Mr. Scanlon, do you have any follow-up response to Alder Morrison, or was that it?
Not beyond just reiterating what I said earlier, Madam Chair, which is that absolutely the community benefits part is so important to me. It's very important to the mayor. I know it's important to each and every one of you. I hear that loud and clear, and we will make sure that we get this right.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Thank you, sir. Alder Walker Myers, follow up for the team. Any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no additional questions. I will say what I have to say during discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Festa, follow up for the team.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up with my colleague, Alder Morrison. What New Haven residents serve on the Tweed board, if any, and who does serve on the Tweed board?
Gentlemen, that's a direct question.
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
And you know what, let me just add, when I say New Haven residents, anyone from the area there that serves on the Tweed board. So who serves on the Tweed board and are any part of that particular area where the airport resides?
Alder Festa, I will tell you the board members who are from New Haven. We have Mr. Rich Jacob. We have Ms. Serena Neal San Giorgio. We have Mr. Ellis, who you heard from earlier today. And we have Mr. Mark Sklarz from our board from New Haven.
Are any of those folks from the neighborhood?
I don't believe any of them live specifically in this neighborhood, but they do live in New Haven.
Okay. Also, and I don't know if this is for Mr. Piscatelli or also you, Mr. Scanlon, but can you clarify, Goldman Sachs came up with a few of the comments. Can you clarify their involvement in this? Are they just a financial backer? Are they a partner? Can you just clarify what their role is in this airport, just so everyone has a good idea of their involvement?
Sure. So Abports is a subsidiary of an investment fund that is owned by Goldman Sachs.
Okay, is that like a private equity group type of deal?
Yes.
Okay.
An infrastructure investment group, to be more specific.
Okay. Also, because I think this is important to also clarify, our charter indicates a regional airport. What are the ramifications if we as a city were to take over the airport without this type of agreement, and what type of financial disadvantage or advantage would we be facing?
Well, I certainly let Mr. Piscatelli speak to that, but I would just go back to my earlier comments, which is that our annual revenue is about $1.8 million every year, but it costs us about $3 million to actually run the airport. And so that deficit is made up through the help of the city subsidy and the state subsidy. I would say that one consistent thing I've heard throughout is people do not want the city to continue pouring money into this airport. And I will say there's a little bit of inconsistency there when I hear from people, because on one hand, they say, they're sick and tired of having the city and the state subsidize the airport. But then they also say things along the lines of, but we don't want the city on the hook anymore. And part of what this deal is all about is to take the city off the hook. This company, Abports, truly believes that they can make this airport a success. I believe in that as well. but we're going to let them try. And if they are not successful, which I do believe they're going to be, then they will have given it a shot. But what we're doing right now, because we don't have that infrastructure and because the city is certainly not in a position to put up the $70 million that Avports is putting up, we will never be able to do the things that we believe we have to do in order to make this airport work. And that's why the private investor is such an important piece of this puzzle.
Yeah, I appreciate, obviously these questions are geared towards clarification on where we stand as a city, as a state financially. So will the city though still have to pay debt services on existing bonds? And if so, how much annually?
So there's nothing in this deal. Nothing in this deal requires the airport authority or Avports to repay the bonds that have already been approved by the city's board of alders. So that $11 million number of bonds that were issued, of which a certain amount of the principal is still owed, would still be a responsibility for the city. The deal picks up going forward. It's prospective.
Okay, so we still have a financial investment in this, no matter what, because of these bonds. And I'm just going to ask one more question. I mean, I have a couple more, but I'll yield to my colleagues. Why don't we have an East Haven rep on here? We don't know, where do we stand with East Haven on this?
So Alder, as I've said publicly before, the process, those 5 steps naturally begins in New Haven because New Haven owns the airport. It began with City Plan Commission because we'd had to do some work on the existing terminal to provide Avello the space that they need to be able to make this work. And obviously, if the Board of Alders does not support us getting a 43-year lease extension, we'll never get to the part of the process that deals with East Haven. So the process naturally begins in New Haven just by way of the fact that the city owns the airport and you all have the ability to extend that lease. But it will absolutely get to East Haven. We continue to have public meetings in East Haven, and the process will start there at some point, but it has to begin here on the New Haven side.
And I understand that, and I appreciate that. I guess it just would have been nice to get their perspective as well. But you know what? I don't think my other question was completely answered regarding the bonds, because what are we paying annually with for those bonds? Do we have that number? Maybe Mr. Gormany knows. I don't know. Or
yeah, Other Festa, that's something I would have to get through the chair because it depends, again, you know, as each year with bonding, it depends on the interest rate for that bond, the term, everything else. So it's not like it's a fixed number. So through the chair, I would have to get that for the committee.
Madam Chair, I assume
Oh,
you're
no.
on.
Yes, I'm on it. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Gormany.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Are you all set? All the Festa?
You know I'm never all set, but I'm going to yield to my colleague. So yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Moving right along to Alder Furlow. Any follow-up thoughts before deliberation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question, as we've heard it a lot of times this evening, for Mr. Piscatelli or maybe Mr. Scanlon. Who came up with the order? Because we keep hearing these 5 steps. Who developed these steps, this order?
I don't know if there was any one particular author to it. I think you layer in a couple of different timelines and it results in this order. Not least, we haven't talked about it much tonight, but not least is the fact that our lease with the airport authority expires in 2023. So, you know, sometimes we pulled out our old files and looked at this project. You know, we started a journey recognizing that the 5,600 linear foot runway wasn't going to work, probably 2014, 2015. We made a couple of runs at trying to figure out a way to do the runway extension. And then when Sean took over, you start to look at the timeline and really focus in on doing the new master plan update as a first step before we brought anything to you, so that we could talk intelligently about what the physical plant would look like at the airport. So that order, getting the master plan done so that then we can attach to that a lease extension and then pairing it with a financial partner, a partner in Avports, that's what resulted in the 5-step process. But I would suggest to you, it's not necessarily one order and completely strategically thought out. It's reflective of the fact that there was a court case and there was significant time that we just couldn't make it work with the existing runway, which led to the rethinking, for lack of a better word, through the master plan.
I think that's just really important to know how that process all came about, especially since we've heard from various people that some things after, that we're here sandwiched in the middle of approving a lease, and then afterwards comes the environmental, afterwards comes some more community agreement, that why wasn't it considered to have the lease at the end of the process rather than having us kind of sandwiched in the middle?
I think one other thing I would say, Alder, is that it would not make much sense for us to go through the year-long, over $1 million process of doing that environmental assessment if there was no reason to do that. If that was not a project that the board was at least willing to let us go through and have all those checks and balances take place, from the FAA to DEEP to local building permits and all those things. It would be sort of a futile exercise to do an environmental assessment about a project that we didn't even have the ability to do, given the lease expiration that Mr. Piscitelli is talking about. And so while it may be sort of seen like you're in the middle, you're really truly at the beginning of what will be a multi-year process. But it's something that we're hoping folks will understand. There are many, many, many more checks and balances to go before this were to happen. You all respectfully are towards the beginning of that process.
That's what I was looking to hear. I think it's important to have that process and your thinking along that process reiterated. Thank you, Mr. Piscitelli. Thank you, Mr. Scanlon. Madam Chair, I yield back to you.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Moving along, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, do you have any follow-up questions for the group?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have only one question. Thank you. It's been several years that this item has been discussed, and we continue to work on it. Long-term, from neighbor to neighbor, in what way or ways is the community or neighbors directly involved in working toward a win-win relationship in the significant concerns shared again on both parts? Thank you.
So Alder, I would just say, for me, it's about trying to find ways to collaborate. And I really, no offense to Mr. DeCola at all, who does a great job representing this neighborhood. I really view myself as someone who is just as responsive as a local alder. So, and somebody calls me up and says, hey, I'm having a problem with Uber idling on my street, I get them off the street. If there's a sign on Hall Street up the street that the no through truck traffic sign was taken down, I work with Mr. DeCola to get the sign placed back up there. We had an issue a couple of years ago with some environmental issues here. We work with the community to address them and fix the issue and moved on. So, I really am trying to be as responsive as I can, Alder, to the needs of this community, to work with our local elected officials, city staff, my staff here at the airport to address issues as they come up. And this project has been no different. I have met with most of the people who testify tonight, or at least talked to them personally, if not in person, over cups of coffee and on the phone and over email. And I will continue doing that for as long as I have to try to hear them out and work with them to address their concerns. And I am confident that most of the things that they've talked about tonight are things that we can address long-term.
Thank you, Mr. Scallon, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez. Alder Hurt, any follow-up, sir?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Scallion, for your endurance tonight. I heard that you have, heard you said that you have spoken to many of the people who have testified tonight. And as you know, our duty as elected official is to listen to the constituents and their concerns. And many constituents on this Zoom tonight has expressed some great concerns. The question I have tonight as a follow-up be, if this item did not go through, what is the backlash?
So Alder, two things to that question. Number one, again, putting on my other job hat for a moment, I will tell you, I've sat through a lot of these hearings myself. And I think it's important to remember that they're not always representative of the actual public. There are a lot of people out there who probably don't even know this hearing is happening that think very, very highly of this airport and this project. And I know that because we've done a lot of research, we've done a lot of polling, and that research tells us that people in the city of New Haven and even in the neighborhood of the airport are very supportive of this plan. Whether all of them can make it to a Zoom meeting and hang in there with us for a long time, I think we all know the answer is no. But I think anecdotally from my own experiences in the neighborhood, from the research we've done, and I think from all of you probably talking to people, I think that there is a lot of excitement for this project in the city of New Haven itself, and certainly in the region. And I think it's important for folks to consider that as well, respectfully. But to your specific question, Alder Hurt, I think the answer is if this body decides to not move forward on this, I think it would certainly set this project back. And it would certainly revert us back to the status quo. And the status quo, as we talked about earlier in this presentation a few hours ago, was that the airport will continue to not have a way to fund the infrastructure we need to actually get more flights here and have cheap flights here, which is something I hear about a lot. The city would continue to be on the hook financially for not only the annual subsidy, but probably an increasing subsidy because we'd have continued financial problems without any investment partners on the horizon. We may or may not have a commercial service here because they would see the rejection of this proposal as a rejection of a game plan we know will work, as I said, which is that these airlines want to come to New Haven, but they want a bigger runway. And I think that it would set back a lot of the excitement that I feel is generally out there in the community who, for many, many years, looked at Tweed and just said, wow, these guys, can't get their act together. They don't have a lot of flights. They don't even have a lot of service. They don't have a lot of jobs. We're spending millions of dollars to prop them up. What are we doing that for? And the answer that we gave to the community on May 6th was that it's time to try a different way. And that different way is a public-private partnership that will allow the city to be no longer on the financial hook, but allow someone else to come in, assume all the risk, start to make the investments that we need to make, and give this a shot. And I believe it's going to work. I can't tell you, I don't have a crystal ball. I saw somebody testifying and said, I hear a lot of assertions and speculations and guesses and informed things. And that's right. I mean, none of us really know what's going to happen at any given day, especially public policymakers like yourself. But we can go based on informed guesses, based on data. And the data we have tells us that this is going to work. And we are asking for your permission tonight to help move the process forward. It's a long process. As I said to Alder Furlow, you guys are at the beginning, not the end. Let us make our case to the community. Let us go through the process. Let us mitigate things that are wrong. Let us hear from the neighbors. Let's work together and let's get it done. But it's a process that's going to play out for a long time to come. And I would hate, respectfully, Alder, if it was to stop here tonight before we get a chance to make our case to the broader public and investigate some of the things we need to investigate and get this proposal done.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Thank you, Alder Hurt. Alder Festa, I see your hand.
Yeah, can I ask a follow-up question to what was just mentioned, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, last one.
Just, can you share those poll numbers with us, particularly in the neighborhood? I don't think we received that data. I'm not sure. We received so much data and so much information, but can you share the poll numbers for the neighborhood?
What did you say, the poll?
I'm sorry, I think I hit mute before I finished my sentence. The poll numbers for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Alder Festa, those are privately funded research that was conducted by ABPorts. I can talk to them about whether they're willing to release what's typically referred to as a polling memo that does sort of an analysis of what that data is, but it's not my survey to release, but I certainly will talk to them about doing that. I'd love to get it out there personally.
Yeah, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Scanlon, know that whatever is done, you do through the chair of this committee. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
All righty. Thank you. So committee,
Madam
I think
Chair, this is Alder Adam Marchand. I move that we close the public portion of this meeting.
Is there a second? All right. Any discussion on closing the public portion? Hearing none. Alder Marchand, are you in favor of
Yes.
closing? Alder Ernie Santiago?
Yes.
Alder DeCola?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Walker Myers?
Yes.
Fester?
Yes.
Furlow?
Yes.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Alder Hurt?
Yes.
All right. Okay, at this time, the public portion is currently closed.
Madam Chair, this is Alder Adam Marchand.
Go ahead, Alder.
I move the item.
Second.
The item has been moved and seconded. Discussion on the item.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want to help us get started with the discussion, want to make a couple of observations. There is one resolution before us, but it has two parts. One part of the resolution basically it's more than one clause, but essentially there's two parts. One is it authorizes the mayor to enter into this lease agreement with the authority, right? So that's the big one we've been talking about. The second part of the resolution is an ordinance amendment removing from our code of ordinances a section that deals with weight limits on airplanes.
Yes.
And the explanation we've been given from staff and others is that it's not enforceable because the FAA has regulations that basically keeps the power of regulating the weights of airplanes to them. And so what's before us is a resolution that both authorizes the mayor to enter into this lease agreement with this restated and amended lease agreement with the authority on behalf of the city, and then it removes non-operative ordinance language from our code of ordinances that is unenforceable. So we should just remember that those are the two things that this item would do.
Right. Continuing with the discussion. Do I hear from anyone else? Go ahead. Sorry, I saw two hands. Alder Walker Myers first, and then I heard Alder Morrison's voice. Alder Walker Myers, and then Alder Morrison, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we should move this to the full board because I think it will give a wider perspective. I appreciate all the testimony that we heard tonight. I think it's important for the residents to be very passionate about what's happening in their neighborhood. I read the testimony that was sent in through email as well. And it is true that we have people that is for this and people that's against it. But I think that we have a great opportunity that we are not looking at to actually make this work, not just for the airport and for the city to be able to pull back their financial obligation when they can from the airport. And that is something that I've heard over the course of years when dealing with this airport, but also where the neighborhood will have an opportunity to get the things that they need. And I'm committed to working with the order of the area and whoever to make sure those things happen by time we take a vote on this by the full board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Alder Morrison, your voice came up after all the Walker Myers. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in support of this item tonight. As a person, as an alder that had to deal with building and things of that sort in my area and dealing with these different nuances, I get it. I understand that sometimes some things have to be approved in order to advance to the next step. And this airport is an opportunity for our community. As the director of New Haven Works got on and talked about the job commitments, you know, this is growth. It's about evolution. It's very important, as our president said, for the neighborhood to be passionate about the things that go on in their communities, such as mine, such as everyone else's. And the whole process of coming up with an agreement, that's going to be a very interesting process, because once you get X done, then you can start having those conversations. I know that it's hard sometimes to accept that, because there have been things that I've had to accept in my ward in order to advance things. But we have to really look at the process. We have to really look at the benefits for the city, not just our city, but for this whole region. And that, you know, we have to grow. So I'm in support of this process, and I'm so happy that there's other checks and balances, that we're not the only one that has to weigh into this. You know, the federal government, all these other ones, they weigh into these things. And if this is not right, then it won't happen. But we do have to do our part in order to see if this is something that's going to be able to be a success for our community. So I am in support, and I hope the rest of this committee can support this moving on to the full board of alders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other comments from Alder Fester? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am in agreement that we should move this to the full board. There are many missing pieces of this puzzle that we still need to navigate and put together. This is more than just a lease agreement. This is something that is going to affect the entire city. I think that the flood insurance needs to be addressed. That's a priority and should be. Also the community benefits agreement. I'm sorry, I think, you know, we can't put the neighbors last. We as a board have to look out for the entire city, not just one particular neighborhood, but we also have to look at the residents affected. And I think this community benefits agreement is one of those big puzzle pieces that is missing. Look, you all heard me say time and time again, I'm a supporter of Tweed. Why? Because for 15 years, I had a traveling job. I was a road warrior. I traveled out of Tweed almost weekly. And that was the time in the 90s when there was a flight to BWI, National, Philly, even Chicago, on a 737 that flew out of that airport. So for me, that was important. Why was it important? Because when you're going to work away from home from Sunday night to Thursday night, coming home late, the last thing I wanted to do was get into a car and drive an hour, wherever it was. It was so, you have no idea what a relief it was to deplane, walk to my car, get in it and drive home and be home in 10 minutes, sleeping in my bed much sooner than if I had to fly out of any other local airports, and I flew out of them all. But at the same token, we just have to be aware of so many other components to this agreement. So with that, I support our thoughts tonight in sending it to the full board. And I hope that we get the answers that we need in the meantime by the second reading. So thanks for listening, and thanks everyone for your patience because it got late. It's like we're at our finance deliberations here. Thank you.
Hey, any other comments from, pardon me, from colleagues?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to hear that it's good that we are understanding some clarity in the eminent domain issue, but also significant is that some of these functions and activities that need to take place are going to take some time. And so it would be important. The most important thing I find is that there'd be direct representation in the significant committees that impact on voting and decisions that are going to be concrete for the neighborhood. And so that's going to be very important to ensure that that representation exists so that their voices are heard and there can hopefully be win-win relationships here on such critical and important projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Evelyn, for your comments. Alder Furlow and then Alder Hurt, I think, is the. Do I have that correct?
It works for me, Madam Chair.
Sorry if it did.
Sorry,
Go ahead, one at a time, please.
I just want to quickly say, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I just want to quickly say that I do agree with my colleague from the 10th Ward. There are many concerns that we have in regard with this lease. And but I think that it's good wisdom for us to not hold it in committee, but to send it to the full board, which will give us a couple of weeks to iron out a lot of the concerns that are still pending, which I won't go through the list because they've already been remunerated. Is that the right word?
Remunerated, yes.
I haven't had dinner yet, but that's, and so, but I am in favor of passing this favorably to our board to take up further debate and discussion on the floor. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair lady. Alder Hurt?
Madam Chair, yes, Madam Chair.
I know, it's okay, it's getting late. A last thought, and then
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to be very clear on what I'm saying, because I do agree in moving this forward. But it goes back to my previous statement. It's about hearing the concerns of our constituents in our community. And I recognize there has to be a lot more work that has to be done. And I have confidence. I'm very confident that it will get done, but we do need to make sure that we hear our constituents' voices. And again, I am in favor of moving this forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
all righty. I think that concludes all the committee members that have spoken or would like to speak.
Madam Chair, there are two people on the queue. Alder DeCola's hand is up and my hand is up.
Oh, who's first?
I defer to the colleague from the 18th Ward.
Go ahead, Alder DeCola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard a lot of concerns about the airport, both sides. One thing they all agree on, they didn't want to be paying for the airport. There's a lot of discussion that still needs to be done before we go to our full vote on September 23rd. I'm trying to balance this out for everyone. A lot of people are angry right now. I respect that anger and passion for their neighborhood. I think we are working in the right direction. I will move to have this move forward so we can have more discussion on it. A lot of residents are thinking that tonight is a final vote. It's not. This is moving to the next level where now Airport and the Airport Authority have to show the fine lines, the true details of community package plan, what mitigation they're going to be doing. We need black and white writing. That was said numerous times by many residents that their concerns is it's too vague. Well, now the ball's in their court and they need to show black and white writing now. So right now, I'm still listening and trying to be very open-minded to everyone. So, but as I said, I will be voting to move this forward, seeing that if we can get to a true conversation of true neighborly working together as a community. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alder DeCola. And Alder Marchand, it is your turn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get on the queue to express my support for giving this item a favorable recommendation to the board, but I wanted to be clear about my concerns and also express my rationale for supporting it. Let me start with that first. I believe that what's before us is giving the airport an opportunity, a fair opportunity, giving the authority the fair opportunity to make the investments and changes it would need to make this a viable commercial airport. And I think that's a worthwhile goal. I've heard from constituents and others that they think it's not. There are some who feel like we should back away from that ship has sailed, pardon the pun, and that we should just allow Tweed to be a small regional airport without commercial service. In other words, let it be an airport that services private charters and a flight school and such, but not actually have a carrier that provides commercial flights available to members of the public to whichever destinations. And there are neighbors of mine who said to support air travel at this time of climate emergency is the wrong move. And I respect that opinion and I understand where it comes from. But I remain convinced that it's worthwhile for us to see if Tweed Airport could be a viable airport that has carrier service where they provide commercial service. You know, flights to Florida is wonderful, but in the future, we'd also want flights to hubs that connect to other places, right? Well, we're not gonna have any of those flights, except for really wealthy people who own their own planes from New Haven to those places. And I think it's an important asset of the city that we should give a shot to be successful commercially, financially, and provide a much appreciated and I think needed service for people in this area, not just business people, but residents as well. But I take seriously the concerns people have in the neighborhood about noise and pollution. I take seriously the concerns about the wetlands that are there. Now, we should remind residents that there is a component of the agreement that calls for a replacement of wetlands at a ratio of 2 acres, 2 parts for 1 that's lost, right? Mm-hmm. We've already seen in the application last week, which is not before us, that for even the short-term renovations that are happening, they've gotten commitments from the operator to make major improvements to the hydrology of the site, including much more stormwater runoff capacity next to the parking, right? Every step of the way, when there's an approval for a renovation or work, we're going to make sure that the hydrology of the site, in other words, how the water interacts with that area, how that can improve, right? So for me, of all the environmental impacts that we're talking about, the one that I feel like we are best prepared to deal with is the hydrology of the site and the flooding issue. And I think we're going to have to push to make sure that as new buildings are constructed, that resiliency is a big part of the equation, right? How to protect from water infiltration and how to have water infiltration and still be okay with it in terms of the grounds. So I feel more confident about the hydrology of this site than I do about the air quality, which I think still needs to be addressed, right? So, but I think the fundamental question is, do we believe that we should be pushing forward with a possible plan that would make the airport commercially successful, or should we not? And I am on the side of saying we should. And it's in that spirit that I am going to vote yes to move this forward and continue with the impetus we have here, and to keep those conversations urgent around the community benefits and around the environmental impacts. And so we've got, some work to do between now and the second reading, which if we look at our schedule, would be Thursday, September 23rd, right? Our second board meeting in September is that date because of some holidays. Thursday, September 23rd. That's 3 weeks from now or thereabouts, a little bit more. So let's see how we can support the relevant groups getting together and talking about this and moving forward with a stronger agreement for the community. But on the general question, should we support this lease so that the authority could actually have a fair shot at a successful airport? I'm in favor of doing that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Marchand. And we've heard a lot tonight, folks. Concerns for our residents in our communities, for the city, and for a lot of folks. My biggest concern is for the residents of our community and also for our city. In years of past, we've been on the board for the past 10 years. Every year we have had to support this airport, okay? And this is a good opportunity for them. But in everything we do, we are stewards of our community, and our residents are the first priority, in my opinion, right? So everything we do, we need to make sure that all residential concerns are addressed. So Mr. Scanlon, you got a lot of legwork to do to help clarify any unanswered questions from now until the second reading. Giving a clear overstanding, I don't say under, I say overstanding, so that the residents can be comfortable with this process in order for it to move forward, right? So I'm personally going to say I am going to favorably recommend this item, but with the understanding that it has to go to the full board for final approval. But every question and any question that's been presented to this committee and concerns by our residents, we need to make sure that those questions are addressed and answered in a satisfactory manner that protects the residents of all of our communities and our region, right? So with that, at this time, I am going to say that I'm in favor of moving the item forward favorably, with the work that needs to be done.
Second. Let's go.
Sorry.
I believe Madam Chair just voted, and it remains for her to call the rest of the vote.
Alderman John, are you in favor?
Yes, ma'am.
Alder Ernie Santiago.
Make it a clean sweep, yes.
Alder Nicola?
Yes.
Alder Morrison?
Yes.
Alder Walker Myers?
Yes.
Alder Festa?
Yes.
Alder Furlow?
Yes.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez? Alder Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay, and Alder Hurt?
Yes.
Yes.
All righty. Thank you, everyone. The intent is to move this item forward favorably to the full board.
Madam Chair, this is Alder Adam Marchand.
Yes, sir.
I move we adjourn.
Is there a second? Any discussion to adjourning?
Nope.
Okay, folks. Alders, Marchand,
Yes.
Santiago, Nicola, Morrison, Walker Myers,
Yes.
Festa, Furlow, Rodriguez, and Hurt. Are we all in favor of adjourning?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you all for being here, and we are adjourned for this evening. And thank you to
Good night,
colleagues who
everybody.
joined us.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. And thank you to the public. Good night.
Great job, colleagues. Great job.
Thank you all for your
Madam
presence.
Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a blessed evening. It is kind of late, too. Oh, yeah. It's 10:43. Good night, all. Thank you, Alder Marchand.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Have a blessed evening. Whew. Yes.
I think,
Yes.
I'm grateful that people did a really nice job of
Yeah.
saying what they needed to say and saying it clear and strong and concise way. So I was really glad of that.
Wonderful.
They probably had an opportunity to practice their
Yeah, I think, we've done a fantastic job given the volume and how great this item is. I think, yeah, well done by our team. Thank you as usual for you, Mr. Hayden and Mr. Lucas, the backbone behind this group helping us to get through the technical processes and, moving the meeting along. I'm grateful for the support, gentlemen.
Thank you. And I would note that there's 20 people listening to us thank each other. Hi, people.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. But exactly.
And we thank them. We can thank them since they're still on the call. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. All 24 participants still on the call. We're grateful for your participation and have a wonderful night because we are adjourned. Good night, all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.